This is not a value at all. This is not a value. We have a great people here in that venue. They are talking about justice, fair. If you go to other venue managed by the conventional economy, they will say, what is that person saying? What is justice? We are talking about creating profit. We are talking about making money. If law allow us to do that, we will do it. Regardless what you say about what's the value of that crypto, or is there any asset for this paper or not. So the result, we don't need to talk about it. After a full century of talking about development, this is the result. It is a mountains of debt, not just for the poor countries, but even for the most rich country in the whole history. Can anyone in the world give us a program where the richest country in the world, or even in the history, United States of America, how can they pay their debt? Can anyone in the world give us what is the program to pay that debt back? No one in the world. They have only single solution. Borrow more money, print more green paper, and use that to pay back the past debt and create that. So what's the solution? It is the only careless. It is not my duty. I am here for 4 years. Why I care about the future? My duty is just to manage that 4 years. So it is exactly where we live in a zero value world. So it is our own responsibility to find the solution. What we are trying today is to introduce one of our major initiatives as Muslim economists. It has been created in that land with our people, with our scientists, with our business people, with our experts. Let us understand it more. Let us use it. Why companies today are not using Sukuk? Yes, we have few challenges. Let us sit together to solve it. We have the central bank. We have minister law. We have the business people. We have the bank association. Let us find a solution for us to finance our projects, because there is no other solutions. Venture capitals came from the capitalism. Okay, it is a great development. But at the end, it ended with the same system. Okay, you want me to invest? I will not invest anymore. Create for me some premium shares, and I have the option. This is how the venture capital now has been transformed. Because again, it's the same mindset. I am here just to loan, borrow, and that's all. So even the VCs has been transformed to the same system. So now I am not investing in your startup. No, I give you the money as a loan, and I have the option when I want to transfer it into shares or to keep it as a loan for me. So if you disappear, your startup disappear, and you fail, you need to pay me my money back. If you succeed, I have the right to transfer my debt into a premium shares. It is the same mechanism. We need to find our way. Otherwise, our countries just will be as it is. And it is our duty to transform our countries to be in the top of the world. And we have the capacity. What we miss? We don't miss anything. We don't miss anything. If you go to Europe or America today, to the banks, who are managing the banks? People from this land. You see them in London, you see them in Frankfurt, you see them in New York, in Los Angeles, in everywhere, even in the Silicon Valley, everywhere. So we have the capacity. We have the best human capital in the world. So let us focus, let us work together, let us use that initiatives to sit together, to understand our challenges and to work together forward. I would like to end my speech by thanking every one of you for attending today and by thanking our sponsor, by thanking our partners. It is always our privilege to be here, inshallah, not just every year, but maybe even more than once a year, with your support, with your collaboration, and with your partnership. We can create something great starting from here today. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone for today. I would now like to invite Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, to come and deliver the keynote address.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahabihi wa barik wa sallim. Very respectable Mr. Hassan Al-Khawi, my apologies if I'm not pronouncing your name properly. Very respectable Justice Mansoor, the respectable Justice, Honorable Justice from Supreme Court of Pakistan, my very dear colleague, Mr. Chairman ICCD and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here to address to this very august gathering. And I would like to congratulate Islamic Chamber and AlBaraka for organizing this event. And I believe that this will go a long way in developing these innovative solutions for addressing the challenge of sustainable development. And I was really delighted to the inaugural speech. And that is the very basic theme of Islamic economic system and Islamic financial system, that we should be able to give this world a just, fair, equitable economic and financial system. The capitalist system that we have been witnessing across the world, in most parts of the world, it has been instrumental in enabling the rich to get richer and richer and richer. And that very system has led to a development which we all see is not sustainable. And sustainable development, what we see, is critically important even for the very existence of this universe. The kind of development policies and practices and strategies the world has been pursuing over the last century has led us to a level where our very existence is at stake. And if we don't address the huge challenges being posed by the climate change risk, God forbid, the very existence is at stake. So that's why the this conference that is being organized by AlBaraka with this theme that sustainable development and Sukuk, that really is something which is being organized at a very opportune time, that there is a greater realization across the globe that we must shift towards the sustainable policies and sustainable development. And one of the reasons that we see with respect to these unsustainable levels of development, it was sort of a obsession and pursuit that we need to create that comfort and that luxury for our masses without being concerned that what kind of impact we are making on the environment. And one of the reasons that the government, the business, the industry, the financiers, they continue to fund this unsustainable development because there were no checks and balances available in the conventional system. Had there been the financing that is available based on the Islamic principles of equity, justice, and transparency, and the care for the overall stakeholders, including the society at large, including the community at large, then there would not have been the stage that we are witnessing right now, that the very high temperatures, the erratic weather patterns, the flash floods, the droughts, the smokes, and all this environmental degradation, and the huge levels of inequities that are being witnessed would not have been there had there been the principles of Islamic economics system or the Islamic finance, which are I cannot say that this is something which is just associated with Islamic, but these are the universal ethical principles of equity and justice and fairness, and the concern for creating value for all the stakeholders. If our policies and strategies and projects and investments are creating value for all the stakeholders, that would lead us towards sustainable development. So now let me discuss a few initiatives that as a central bank, are taking towards this sustainable development and green finance. Back in 2017, we issued the green banking guidelines so that the banks could promote that green finance. The banks could incorporate this climate risk, this environmental degradation risk in their credit and investment policies. And the bank's overall operations could be in conformity with the principles of sustainable development, not creating further pollution and further degrading the environment. Then in 2022, we came up with ESRM manual, and that manual, Environment Social Risk Management Manual, that was primarily aimed at ensuring that the banks are having such systems and capacity and infrastructure to make sure that the environmental risk is properly assessed and gauged and properly mitigated in their risk, in their credit risk and investment policies. And not stopping here, in 2023, late 2023, we started a very important project of developing a green taxonomy so that the stakeholders at large should be having that understanding that which project is green and which project, when the banks, the investors would be selecting, would be creating an impact that is sustainable and that is leading to sustainable development. But we believe that this taxonomy is most likely to be very advanced stage. It would be available next month, and then we will be having the stakeholder consultation on that taxonomy that would be developed. And then after that, we will be able to roll it out and believe that this will be instrumental in guiding the banks, the investors, the various stakeholders to invest in such projects, in such initiatives that lead to mitigate the environmental risks and that also lead to adaptation, so that we should develop that resilience against those climatic risks. And this Sukuk that provide, which is an Islamic bond. Again, the principles are one that it is not something that a Sukuk structure should be creating a zero-sum game. The conventional system creates a zero-sum game. In the Islamic economic and financial system, the focus is on creating value. The focus is on creating new wealth and new resources, and then making sure that that's new wealth and new resources so generated are being distributed equally, so that the income inequalities, etc., could also be addressed. So what we believe that there are huge opportunities available. Even in Pakistan, when in the context of Pakistan, when we see that the funding needs to develop our resilience and make sure that we are not emitting not having the emissions that is affecting the environment. We need, as per the World Bank estimates, by 2030 we need about $348 billion both for mitigation and adaptation. And that's a huge amount of money, and it's a huge challenge. But that challenge to me also gives an opportunity to our Islamic bankers, to our banking system, to our financial system, to develop very innovative Sukuk structures and products that could fund these mitigation initiatives and projects. Similarly, the adaptation initiatives and projects, be in the agriculture sector, in the transport sector, in the energy sector, there are numerous areas for which we can develop these Sukuk structures and Sukuk products. And that also gives me the optimism that the development of suitable Sukuk structures and products is also one of the key challenges towards our efforts for transitioning towards an Islamic financial system. We are moving towards that, and alhamdulillah, there is huge demand in the market. You go in the market, everybody would like to have an Islamic product to be available. So that also provides that opportunity that we should be able to develop such Sukuk structures and solutions that not only fund and finance these mitigation and adaptation initiatives, both in the public sector as well as in the private sector, but also gives us the solutions that helps us in our journey towards the transition from the conventional system to an Islamic financial system. And I am very hopeful and confident that, inshallah, today's deliberations would give us such recommendations and such solutions that could lead us to that path. Let me thank again Islamic Chamber, AlBaraka, and all the colleagues in organizing this beautiful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salimullah, for your comments. I think it's so important to look at alternative forms of financing for sustainable development. And I think that's what the Islamic economy offers, equitable mechanisms whereby we can have sustainable development. We now have a keynote address from His Excellency Professor Ehsan Iqbal, the Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Reform. Although he's been unable to join us in person, he has graciously shared a video message. Let's hear from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to speak at AlBaraka Regional Conference on Sukuk for Sustainable Development. Sukuk are Islamic financial instruments used by both the private and government sectors to raise funds. The Islamic banking industry in Pakistan is growing rapidly, and this growth is closely tied to the availability of Sukuk, primarily issued by the government. With the upcoming conversion of conventional banking to Islamic banking, as mandated by the Supreme Court's verdict and the National Assembly's resolution, there is a pressing need to increase the availability of Sukuk in the market. This transition highlights the importance of developing the government's capacity to issue Sukuk, enabling both Islamic banks and conventional banks transitioning to Islamic banking to invest in Sharia-compliant instruments, while ensuring that these instruments meet all Sharia requirements is a challenge. It presents an opportunity for greater collaboration and innovation. The government, Islamic banks, and the Sharia fraternity must prioritize research and product development to address the complexities of the post-conversion era. We are confident that with a unified effort, the government, in partnership with Islamic banks and the Sharia fraternity, will successfully navigate these challenges, ensuring a seamless and efficient conversion process. The concept of Sukuk is deeply rooted in the principles of Islamic finance. This practice has been observed by Muslim societies during their golden ages as forms of papers representing financial obligations originating from trade and other commercial activities following principles of Islamic Sharia. Over the years, Sukuk has developed into a major global financial product. Today, Sukuk represents a dynamic and evolving market that continues to attract a wide range of investors, demonstrating its ability to blend traditional Islamic principles with modern financial needs with rather distinctive features. The first Sukuk was issued in 1990 by a Malaysian company. From 1999 onwards, a number of public and private institutions started issuing Sukuk. By the end of 2024, global outstanding Sukuk had surpassed $930 billion, with projections suggesting that global Sukuk volumes will exceed the US $1 trillion milestone in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, as an Islamic country with growing interest in ethical and Sharia-compliant financial instruments, Pakistan has made notable strides in adopting Sukuk. The journey of Sukuk in Pakistan truly began in the early 2000s as the country began formalizing its Islamic financial instruments. The government of Pakistan first participation in the global Sukuk market was in 2005 with the issuance of US $600 million Sukuk, while the domestic Sukuk program was launched in 2008, paving all the way till June 2022, as the government has successfully issued Ijara Sukuk amounting to rupees 3.25 trillion in the domestic market. Since then, Sukuk has become a cornerstone of Pakistan's economic strategy to transform to an equitable, asset-based, risk-sharing and interest-free system by 2027, with the entire world going green. The Pakistan government has plans on issuing domestic green Sukuk bonds to fund environmentally sustainable infrastructure projects. Green Sukuk represents a significant innovation in the intersection of Islamic finance and environmental sustainability in Pakistan. Green Sukuk are specifically designed to align with environmental, social, and governance criteria, helping Pakistan foster its society. As Islamic finance continues to grow alongside global finance, Sukuk has become a powerful and versatile financial instrument with increasing adoption worldwide, benefiting from strong regulatory frameworks, growing demand for ethical investment options, and the expansion of Islamic finance globally. I wish the conference success.
Thank you, Minister. We now have Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, SECP. During his tenure at SECP, he has contributed significantly towards instituting various legal and regulatory reforms for enhanced corporate governance, transparency, investor education, investor protection, and risk management. Please welcome Mr. Akif Saeed.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency Yusuf Halavi, Secretary General AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Finance and ICCD, Honorable Senior Pune Judge Syed Mansoor Ali Shah, Honorable Deputy Governor State Bank, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professionals, Assalamu alaikum. It's both a privilege and honor to address the 4th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference on the most relevant subject, Sukuk for Sustainable Development, International Best Practices. This is not only timely in terms of the events which have happened in Pakistan in the last 2 years, but the course we have chosen in terms of the financial sector overall. But on a personal level, for me, it is not only timely, but critical, as we are at a crossroad where economic challenges, climate change, social inequalities, and resource constraints compel us to think beyond conventional frameworks. It is a fact that the choices we make today will shape the legacy we leave for generations to come. The question before us is clear. How can we finance sustainable development in a manner that drives economic growth while upholding the principles of inclusivity, justice, and environmental stewardship? Among the many innovative solutions available, Sukuk stands out as a transformative tool, a Sharia-compliant financing instrument that offers a powerful framework to address these complex demands. Ladies and gentlemen, on the international stage, Sukuk has demonstrated its versatility and effectiveness as a financial instrument for sustainable development. To quote a few success stories, if you look at Indonesia, has been a trailblazer in this space, issuing green Sukuk to raise billions of dollars for renewable energy projects, reforestation, and sustainable infrastructure. Malaysia has leveraged Sukuk to fund urban transportation, networks, and green energy initiatives, aligning these investments with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or as we normally call them, SDGs. Saudi Arabia, Red Sea Development Company issued Sukuks to finance a landmark regenerative tourism project focusing on environmental conservation and economic uplift. So citing these examples it's not just the talk, it's actual utilization and practical implementation to highlight these aspects. These examples underscore the potential of Sukuk to promote environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and economic growth. They serve as valuable benchmarks as we in Pakistan aim to unlock the full potential of Sukuk to achieve our sustainable development goals. Pakistan's financing needs for sustainable development are immense and pressing. While with a growing population, increasing urbanization, and an economy poised for expansion, we require sustainable investments in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and resilient infrastructure to drive growth, reduce poverty, and protect our environment. Sukuk, particularly green Sukuk, ESG Sukuk, SDG aligned Sukuk, offers us a powerful means to bridge this gap. Recognize the urgency for these challenges, the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan has enhanced its focus on development of Sukuk market in Pakistan. Let us reflect on the progress we have made in our domestic market, particularly through the Pakistan Stock Exchange. The event itself actually highlights the need for coordination, both domestically and internationally. And before I go forward, must commend State Bank's role in actually bringing this to the Pakistan stock market. The PSX has emerged as a vital platform for sovereign and corporate Sukuk issuance, facilitating transparent and efficient capital mobilization. Starting in December 23 up till now, over 2 trillion rupees worth Sukuks have been auctioned. It generally has been a 12-month, predominantly pre-12-month tenor, and some of them have already started redemption as well. Sukuk listed at the PSX have financed key infrastructure projects such as motorways, power plants, and water resources development. These Sukuks not only cater to domestic investors but also attract international interest, reinforcing Pakistan's commitment to building a vibrant Islamic capital market. One of our recent milestones, the listing of domestic sovereign Sukuk on PSX, which garnered overwhelming investor interest. This success has opened the door to innovative structures such as short-term tradable Sukuk, further enhancing market depth and liquidity. This is also essential for development of a vibrant secondary market of Sukuk, an area where we are already working with the market and State Bank. Corporate Sukuk, meanwhile, represent a dynamic and growing segment of Pakistan's financial landscape. In the last few years, SECP has cleared Sharia structure of corporate Sukuks worth 800 billion. There's a clear case of demand in the market in terms of Sharia compliant securities, particularly the Sukuk, reflecting the strong demand and immense potential for these instruments. Corporate Sukuks have been unlisted across industries, including energy, transportation, and real estate, highlighting their diversity and alignment with private sector needs. It's heartening to note that the corporate Sukuks are using innovative structures for business expansion and critical infrastructure projects apart from funding working capital requirements. To ensure ease of access and efficiency, SECP is actively working to enable issuers to choose between listed and unlisted Sukuks seamlessly. We have set an objective to make the whole process efficient in terms of time and cost, that the issuer should be indifferent whether they want to go for an unlisted or a listed Sukuk. Basically speaking, that we want them to be listed. By streamlining the regulatory process, we aim to reduce the barrier for business and foster more vibrant Islamic finance ecosystem, attracting both domestic and international investors. Ladies and gentlemen, the robust activity in both sovereign and corporate Sukuk market is a testament to the growing confidence in Pakistan's Islamic financial sector. Through platforms like the PSX and forward-looking initiative by SECP, we are positioning Sukuk as a cornerstone of our financial system, a system that prioritizes sustainability, inclusivity, and Sharia compliance. To promote sustainable finance through Sukuk, the SECP has developed a framework for green Sukuk to ensure that the funds are directed towards environmentally beneficial projects. These include renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and climate resistance infrastructure. To understand that globally, the demand for ESG, environmental, social, and governance Sukuk is surging, with international issuances crossing 8 billion in 2022. Inspired by this global momentum, Pakistan is now exploring ESG Sukuk to attract socially responsible investment. SECP has been instrumental in creating a regulatory environment that aligns these structures with international best practices, ensuring transparency, accountability, and investor confidence. I'm pleased to share that Pakistan's first sovereign green Sukuk is being issued, that's rupee denominated, and we expect the completion of the same in the first quarter 2025. Beyond environmental benefit, ESG Sukuk addresses broader challenges of financial inclusion, education, and healthcare, areas critical to achieving Pakistan's development priorities and UN Sustainable Development Goals. As we move forward, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to innovation and collaboration. By leveraging Sukuk, we can build a future that is not only economically prosperous but also socially just and environmentally sustainable. I think forums like these are very critical for not only for exchange of ideas, but I think bringing the clarity of thought, creating awareness and understanding, and appreciate the finer differences and appreciate them and understand them and embrace them. Together, we have the tools and the resolve to shape a legacy of shared prosperity and ethical advancement for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rakif, and thank you for highlighting the role of the Sukuk. I think their flexible and asset-backed nature make them an excellent instrument for sustainable development. Also because the nature of the problems that we're facing globally are changing, and we need more creative, innovative financial instruments that can, solve these issues. We now have a video message from Mr. Zafar Masood. Mr. Masood has served as top positions at international banks in Pakistan and abroad. He's the chairman of the Pakistan Banks Association. He has extensive experience of working at the board of directors level, including State Bank of Pakistan, Monetary Policy Committee, Barclays Bank, Southern Africa, and National Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Zafar Masood.
Thank you, AlBaraka Forum. Thank you, Atif Aneeb, for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on this very important topic and on an equally important forum. I have prepared a presentation and I'll walk you through my thoughts with the help of the presentation. So, in the global context, why does Sukuk matter? First of all, the quantum of funding is so humongous, whether we talk about the developing countries funding requirements, or we talk about the SDGs compliance funding requirement, which estimated to be $3 trillion until 2030. And in the developing countries, it's around $2.5 trillion. That it cannot be met solely by the banking sector. So we need to go beyond the banking sector. And there, the most appropriate instrument is Sukuk. So therefore, Sukuk in the context of, as a tool for ethical development makes a lot of sense. The existing share of Sukuk in the overall products of Islamic financing is merely 18%. So there is a huge to increase the share of Sukuk overall. First of all, to increase the pie, which I alluded to you earlier, and then add the Sukuk as the major funding source in there. Its ability to access capital market makes it the most effective instrument in the Islamic banking products. There is, in general, a room for improvement for Islamic finance. To start with, if you look at the countries, then other than Malaysia, where they are 63% Sharia compliant overall financing, banking assets, the rest of the countries are lagging behind and they're below 15%. What sets Sukuk apart? The basic features of Sharia for ethical banking and sustainability, with the option of structuring according to the project, gives that flexibility to Sukuk to not only cater to the quantum of funding which is required, but to come out with the flexibility of that product too. The typical challenges and the emerging trends in Sukuk, if you look at it, the first challenge seems to be the standardization of the product. The moment the product is commoditized, you will see the funding sources not only tapped in the local market but internationally as well. the transparency piece, especially from the appropriateness standpoint, revealing all the features of the product is another challenge. And we need to overcome that challenge to make sure that the appropriateness of the product is adequately shared with the investor. And last but not the least, in fact, that is, to my mind, is the most important aspect, is the rising awareness about Sukuks and its benefits. And this forum today is one of that endeavor, but many of such communications are necessary as we go into the future. The emerging trend is that more and more standardization is taking place with the help of IOFI and IIFM. Um, and then we have seen some interesting trends taking place, some kind of innovation which is happening on the digital banking side and also on the green financing side. Now on the digital banking side, the blockchain for efficiency and transparency. And there, the Emirates Islamic Bank has recently launched a $1 billion sukuk for blockchain-based financing. We've seen a similar trend in Malaysia, where, from an energy transition standpoint, the sukuk has been used as a favorite instrument for the listing on Nasdaq Dubai. Dubai Ports World has done $1.5 billion of green sukuk. We've seen, the examples of UAE, where, Majid Al Futtaim and also FAB issued sukuks for their own funding requirements. Pakistan industry. Pakistan is transitioning towards global best practices and conversion towards Islamic banking. In fact, Pakistan is leapfrogging from its existing share of merely 7.8% of the total banking assets to now 100% conversion towards 2027. It's a tall order, but not something which is not achievable. The final transition phase includes the market consolidation and performance review, which is in 2027. However, there are lots of loose ends which has to be tied up. The good part is that the regulator, government, and the banks are all committed to meet the deadline of 2027. The challenges that are there and which need to be overcome by better collaboration and discussion are in the areas of asset light structure, are in the areas of training and development of the staff, not only the staff of the banks, but the staff of our customers too. The compatibility with international banking products and requirements for correspondent banking arrangements. And last but not the least, in fact, the most important one is the development of overall ecosystem and compatibility of our customers towards Islamic banking to continue to work smoothly with the banks. There are, and this in this very moment, there are many opportunities which are out there that we can learn from to integrate and embed this transition by tapping into funding of the sustainability areas too. So, for example, in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there is a city has been developed with the name of New Future, which is basically targeting ecology and planned city in Tabruk. The Sukuk is being used to fund that particular state-of-the-art city. Malaysia is working on $1 billion green Sukuk for renewable energy. Indonesia is working on retail Sukuk for reforestation of around $577 million. That retail Sukuk is very important to go beyond the banking assets and to tap into those assets as well, which currently are not in the system. And Turkey is working on diversified Sukuk for real estate assets. Pakistan Islamic banking transition, some of the challenges I've talked about at the macro level, but on the micro level, particularly, the biggest challenge is on the liquidity management side. And that can only be catered through offering Sukuk products. And Sukuk, there too, the biggest opportunity exists on the sustainability Sukuk piece. I think this is something which we need to work on as an industry and see how that product can be developed to meet the enormous requirement of liquidity management of the banks. Foreclosure laws, because the Islamic banking is asset-based, the foreclosure laws and their robustness becomes more important than otherwise in conventional banking. So therefore, the foreclosure laws need to be reviewed and strengthened, where we need to work with the regulator and the government to push this agenda through. The trade instruments, I earlier alluded to how the correspondent banking businesses will be integrated, and how we'll make sure that, with the transition towards Islamic banking, we don't lose the eye on the ball of how those products need to be structured and integrated with the international banking system is also very important. Consumer protection, by very nature, the consumer protection is there when you talk about Islamic banking, but then the education of the customer about the product and its benefits is a very important element to share with them, and the additional requirements of documentation and otherwise need to be taught to the consumer. Taxation issues. In some of the cases, there are double taxation challenges when it comes to Islamic banking products. And those double taxation challenges must be overcome and must be neutralized before we move ahead towards transition. Last but not the least, and as I've been saying earlier too, is the standardization of the Sharia governance structure with the help of IOFI and IIFM, which will come very handy in terms of smooth transition. This standardization is not only important for the banking industry's products per se, but also for our customers to understand and take it forward. And I would be very happy to offer that as Pakistan Banks Association, we'll be working with all the stakeholders to moving in this direction smoothly. The opportunities for Pakistan and how we can lead this in the sustainability space is through the climate resilience. As you know, we are on the receiving end of the global warming. The super floods which came through a few years ago, the estimated loss was around $32 billion. So there is humongous requirement there. And I think that requirement can be met with offering product like Sukuk for sustainable financing, not only at the local level, but also at international level. Local level, because tapping to the individual people who are currently not working with the Islamic banks, and they are going to the extent of keeping the money with themselves and not placing with the banks at all, to opt for these retail sukuks. International, because there is international funding pocket available and appetite available for green sukuks, and I think we need to work on that with the international financial institutions like IDB to tap into those climate resilience pockets of funding. Now, same goes in the same vein as agriculture and water management, which is important for mitigating the risk of flooding in the future. Then on the second piece is the infrastructure development piece. Development piece itself requires humongous, funding requirement. Up to an estimate around $5 billion of infrastructure financing gap exists in Pakistan. Now that can only be met once we not only stretch ourselves beyond the banking sector at the local level, but also at the international level by going to the retailers in the Islamic countries. Another area is the mobilization of private capital. As I earlier said, it's about tapping into the people who are currently, because of Sharia reasons, don't want to be part of the banking system, to tap them through the Sukuk structure, but also in a private-public partnership arrangement. Given the inclination of people towards Sharia compliant products, I think there is an appetite for a private-public partnership in mobilizing private capital as well. But let me re-emphasize, let me reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, that the most important element is educating people about the benefits of Sukuk. The benefits of Sukuk in terms of their own protection, about the development piece, about how this can transform the landscape of the Islamic banking offering. And the forum like AlBaraka Forum, like the Pakistan Banks Association, and many other forums are necessary to now start agitating it and educating people about this very important product. The vision for the future is that collaboration is necessary. We all have to work together, regulator, government, international players. Everybody has to come together, work in collaboration and in partnership with each other to make sure that this vision comes into action. And the flagship product in Islamic finance would remain Sukuk. It's not only ethical, inclusive, but climate resilient financing would also come handy with this product. But also, most importantly, it's the transformation potential into progress which we need to see in action. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have to work together towards the implementation of this very important initiative that the government has already taken, and we all have to work together to see that dream coming true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zafar Masood, for that very enlightening presentation. I think the beauty of the Islamic economy and the financial instruments that we have is that it's rooted in equity, it's rooted in financial inclusion. And I think one of the most wonderful things about the Sukuk is that it invites, conscious impact investors to build real assets that are going to serve the economy and society. We now have our next guest of honor and keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Syed Mansoor Ali Shah, Senior Judge of the Supreme Court of Pakistan. He is an accredited mediator from the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution in London, an honorary bencher of Lincoln's Inn in the UK, a judicial member of the Global Judicial Institute on Environment in Brazil, and a member of the Rhodes Scholarship Committee for Pakistan.
Thank you, Ms. Aisha, for that rather generous introduction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Let me confess at the very beginning, I'm not a banker. I'm not an Islamic banker, but I'm a great follower of the Islamic practices and Islamic banking. And recently, I've really picked up the subject, and I think it's fascinating. And I'm so thankful to the organizers to have invited me to this wonderful forum where we talk about Islamic finance, which I think would be the future of this country as I see it. So let me today I wish I could have spoken in Urdu, but I think there are international guests here, and so I'll have to speak in English. Excuse me for that. Let me just straight away take you to the biggest threat Pakistan faces right now. Let's just face it straight away, and that is climate change. There is no more serious existential threat faced by Pakistan other than climate change. So what I want to talk to you about is, and how we deal with it in the courts, is by providing climate justice. So today I want to talk to you about climate change, climate justice, and Islamic finance. I think there's a wonderful intersection between the three concepts, and we need to address climate change, which is looking right into our face as one of our most serious threats. Let me just share some of the concerns that arise out of climate change, and then get into how Islamic finance could really come to our rescue and provide that climate justice that we all seek. So climate change is here for real and is the greatest existential challenge for our generation. And I kid you not, this is serious, which we need to face and fight with courage. So in global south, that including Pakistan, we see year after year the impacts of climate change are getting more intense. And you would witness that, and I'm sure you would support that every year, hundreds of millions of people endure increasing extreme weather events, taking away precious livelihoods and lives from posing issues such as intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, rising sea levels to flooding, melting of polar ice, catastrophic storms, and declining biodiversity. This is all happening as we speak. So climate change remains as the most serious threat in Pakistan. Let me tell you, as the earlier speakers have also mentioned, that Pakistan makes a tiny contribution to the total global greenhouse gases, but is amongst the countries that's most vulnerable to climate change and is the 8th most affected country due to climate change in the world. So that's where we stand. So while mitigation in the global north deals with emission control, adaptation requires a bigger canvas, where climate justice requires to build adaptive capacity amongst various sectors leading to climate resilient development by engaging in multiple sectors. For Pakistan, the more immediate and pressing task is to prepare itself for adaptation to climate change and attend to loss and damage. So one big area is adaptation, which I'll explain, and the other is loss and damage. The floods of 2022, we still not over the loss and damage caused by those floods. And you heard the figure of 32 billion is the loss that we have faced. Where is the money? We're talking about it. We still haven't come out of it. It can unfortunately happen any time again. So, according to the latest National Adaptation Plan, NAP, spanning from 2023 to 2030, we've outlined areas where we can go for adaptation, and that is important. Water security is our first concern. Implementing integrated water resource management to address water scarcity. Second is agriculture and food security. Second big concern that we must attend to. Third, disaster risk reduction. Number 4 is health, which we need to understand and attend to. Urban planning and infrastructure is the 5th one, as listed by the National Adaptation Plan. And then it is the ecosystems and biodiversity. So these are, and energy, of course, as the last factor. So we need to develop our financial capacity to deal with these adaptation measures. If we do not adapt, we are being seriously affected every day. So what we need to do is to think of where is the money and how do we get the money to deal with this. Now, what is important is that we need to understand that in the world, globally, mitigation has failed. We're talking about it, but the North hasn't mitigated. And now recently, I think climate change in the US takes a hit. They don't want to talk about climate change, and they don't want to talk about EVs and all that. But the question is that mitigation in the world has failed, which has led to adaptation. Adaptation has also failed, which has led to loss and damage. So please understand the trajectory is not very encouraging. And, recently we had COP29, 29 years of global discussions, and we haven't handled mitigation, leading to adaptation, leading to loss and damage. So something has to be done domestically, because now this is where I want to talk about that climate finance, and we in the judiciary, and as somebody who represents the judiciary, climate justice now only focuses on climate finance. And to me, climate finance is the only way to climate justice. There is no other way we can deal with climate issues without climate finance. So to me, climate finance is the new human right. It is as strong a human right as right to life that our Constitution provides, a right to a sustainable life that the Constitution provides. If there is no climate finance, there is no right to life, as it appears the way things are happening. So, to my mind, as a judge, I would say that climate finance is the new human right, and we need to take it in that vein and in that direction. Climate finance becomes our lifeline to strengthen our infrastructure, agriculture, water management, health, displacement and migration, economic inequality, and disaster resilience. Without climate finance, we can't do it. However, for climate finance to be truly effective, it must be mobilized to an unprecedented scale and to be accessible in timely manner to those who need the most. Therefore, climate finance in countries that require adaptation to climate change is fundamentally a human right. So let's look at where do we go about this? If we don't attend to this climate finance issue or the climate change issue, we are creating a distinction between the North and the South, the two, global North, global South. And soon we might be faced with climate apartheid, because there are countries who cannot face climate issues, and there are countries who are polluting, who are generating all that's creating climate change. So moving ahead, the issue would be, where is the money? Where do we look for money and for our adaptation, for our loss and damage that is happening every day. So when we look at it, the moral obligation lies on the North. Obviously, I mean, there's no question about it. They're the ones who created all this. So we go back to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and which talks about common but differentiated responsibilities. It talks about the fact that the North must look after the South for whatever they have done. So I would imagine that there is a climate debt that the North owes the South. That's very clear. And I would call this climate justice now a reparative justice. This is reparations that they have to give us. So that moral obligation in the North stays. They have to pay up, and they must pay up, and we must try to articulate as a global South together to get that money from North, the global North, that they must pay us this, considering it to be a climate debt that they owe to us and they must pay. But in reality, what is happening? You see, are we being able to articulate this point? Are we able to get money from the North? Let's see. We have the Green Climate Fund, GCF. We have the Global Environmental Facility, which is GEF. These are the big global names that they throw at us, and they say there's a lot of money there. There is Adaptation Fund, called AF. There is Climate Investment Funds, CIFs. Then there is, and there are a number of them, I tell you. Least Development Countries Fund, LDCF. We have the Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF. And we have the International Climate Finance by Donor Countries. So there's a lot of, they talk about all this global funding that's available. But what has trickled down to Pakistan? Let's talk about the floods in 2022. We had a $32 billion loss. The loss is right there. What has happened? What has trickled into Pakistan from all these fancy global funds in the world? We've not been able to get maybe a meager amount. One of the figures that comes out might be about 2 or 3 billion. Whether at all that has actually come to Pakistan, I don't know. That's not my area. But all I'm saying is that these funds are there, but we're not getting to them. We cannot access them. The money is not coming to us. So we have to, in order to get these funds from global forums, we have to understand the fund's mandates, identify funds that match your country's needs. We have to establish institutional mechanism. I'm telling you the procedure on reaching out to these global funds. Establish institutional mechanism like national focal points. We have to have accredited entities called AEs that we have to go through. We have to develop fundable projects that we need to present to the North, which shows climate vulnerability assessments. We need to be very good at climate science to be able to present a case that whatever we are saying, and we need this money because this problem has been caused by climate change. So climate science is required to make a feasibility and take up a matter before them. So we submit proposals and we have to go through all this process. So what is happening is that we have not been able to access these funds because there's been a problem with the application. There is a bureaucracy to it. There are complications to it. And there are challenges. The cumbersome process is there, and we've not been able to access anything so substantial so far. There have been inadequate and unequal distribution by the global fund. Global funds have been criticized for insufficient disbursement, particularly for adaptation projects in developing countries like Pakistan. Funding commitments made by developed nations often fall short, leaving adaptation projects underfunded. Dependence on donor priorities. Global funds are influenced by donor countries' priorities, which may align with the local adaptation needs of the global South. So that we'll have to see also. Lack of predictability and scalability. Funding through global funds is often unpredictable and inconsistent, making it difficult to plan long-term adaptation strategies. So ground reality, what is the ground reality in 2025? As of January 2025, Pakistan has faced significant challenges in securing adequate international funding to address loss and damage caused by the devastating 2002 floods. Despite substantial pledges from the global community, the actual disbursement of funds has been limited, and much of the financial assistance come in the form of loans, exacerbating the country's debt burden already. In the aftermath of the 22 floods, which affected 33 million people and caused extensive damage to infrastructure and homes, the international community pledged over $10 billion to support Pakistan's recovery efforts. However, by late 2024, only about 3 billion had been disbursed, primarily as loans. This shortfall has left millions of flood victims still residing in temporary shelters, highlighting the gap between commitment and actual support. Then I come to, so I don't want to look at the global funds, nothing is really coming our way. So we need to think what to do. How do we address adaptation? How do we address loss and damage in our country? So we look at our own climate fund. There is a climate change law or act in 2023, and we say, that's very good. It talks about a climate fund that the state must establish. Recently, Supreme Court took up a matter saying that, have you implemented the Climate Change Act? Under the Climate Change Act, they are supposed to set up an authority called the Climate Change Authority, and there is a Climate Change Fund. Two substantial steps that they had to take under the Climate Change Act. We found out at the Supreme Court that there was no Climate Change Authority. It's been several years, nothing's happened. The act is, of 2017 or so. So several years have passed and no authority. The most serious threat faced by Pakistan, and there is no authority. So we directed the authority be established, and they're working on it and might be established by now. The other thing is that the law provides for a climate change fund. And we figured out, and when we asked the government, there is no climate change fund. There's not a single penny in the climate change fund. So we thought that that was very strange and surprising for the court, that one of the most serious threats Pakistan faces, and we do not have any money for the climate change fund in their account. And we asked them whether at all in the recent budget they allocated anything for the climate change fund, and they said, sorry, we forgot about that. So I think that is a concern. So what do? That sort of takes us into Islamic financing and makes Islamic financing so prominent, to my mind, as a judge. I'm no banker, excuse me if I do not understand the niceties of your banking system, but as a judge, I think the answer lies in Islamic finance. And the answer lies in Sukuk. And then as I come to this, Sukuk is one of the best instruments, as I see it, for climate finance in the global south, due to its inherent principles which align closely with the objectives of environmental protection and social justice. Here are the reasons why Sukuk in particular is well suited for addressing climate change challenges in global south as well as Pakistan. What are the advantages? First of all, faith-aligned and ethical principles. Islamic finance is rooted in principles of social justice, equity, and sustainability. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, the way the product is, which align naturally with climate action. Sukuk, unlike conventional bonds, prohibits investments in harmful industries, for example, fossil fuels, deforestation, and focuses on socially beneficial projects, number one. Number two, asset-backed and project-specific. Sukuk is based on tangible assets or projects, ensuring funds are tied directly to real impactful activities, for example, renewable energy, water conservation, or afforestation. This aligns with the adaptation needs, where projects often require dedicated funding for infrastructure and environmental resilience. Number three, flexibility and local ownership. Islamic finance allows countries to retain greater ownership and control over projects, avoiding stringent conditions often imposed by global funds. Local governments can issue green sukuk, raising capital directly from investors aligned with their needs. Can happen domestically, locally. We don't have to depend on the north. Fourth, efficient and timely disbursement, which we've been facing with the north, nothing is coming through. Global climate funds like the Green Fund, GCF, often has complex bureaucratic processes, resulting in delaying the funding disbursement. Sukuk issuance is faster, once structured, providing a quicker path to financing urgent adaptation measures. Innovative financial structures is another aspect and another beauty of Sukuk. Sukuk can be tailored to match specific climate adaptation projects while complying with Sharia principles, offering innovative financing models that avoid interest-based debt common in global funds. For example, the Green Sukuk, which targets sustainable development goals and environmental projects. Then another advantage of a Sukuk would be lower reliance on external approvals. Accessing global funds often requires meeting stringent conditions, political alignment, and approval by international bodies. Sukuk allows countries to bypass such dependencies, offering more financial independence back home. Financial inclusion, access to diverse funding sources. Sukuk enables both institutional and real investors, including those in Muslim-majority countries, to participate in climate finance. It taps into previously underutilized Islamic capital markets. Appeal to ethical investors. Sukuk's alignment with environmental, social, and governance (ESG) principles attracts ethical and impact investors worldwide. And of course, it promotes social justice and focuses on communities and their well-being. So for climate adaptation, countries in the global south face disproportionate impacts from climate change. Sukuk can channel funds to help vulnerable communities adapt, align with both Sharia and human rights principles. So it is as if it's a natural fit that Sukuk has come about, which could deal with our problems, which is climate change facing us directly. So the unique value of the Islamic finance for climate adaptation is particularly because Sukuk aligns with the principle of Maqasid al-Sharia, objectives of Islamic law, which emphasize the preservation of life, property, and the environment, and encourages risk-sharing, inclusivity, and sustainability. So it's a wonderful product that is available at home. Let's just not look at the global north and keep worrying about what has to come. We can't ignore that either. We need that money too. But we can get going with our own Sukuk. So Islamic climate finance examples are available. They were echoed earlier by some of the speakers. And let me just tell you, the Green Sukuk in Malaysia, they were the first ones perhaps who got into it, and is a great example to learn from them. So Malaysia is a pioneer in Green Sukuk issuance. The Tadao Energy's Green Sukuk 2017 raised about $58 million to finance a large-scale solar project that they set up. It demonstrates the use of Sukuk for renewable energy projects that help mitigate climate change, something we want to do at home. We need it. Indonesia's Green Sukuk. The Republic of Indonesia has issued multiple Green Sukuk, both domestic and global, to finance renewable energy, sustainable transportation, waste management, and adaptation projects. An example is a $1.25 billion Green Sukuk issuance in 2021, used partially for mangrove rehabilitation to address rising sea levels. And mangrove is an issue very close to you in Karachi. Indonesia's experience shows how sovereign Sukuk can support climate adaptation and resilience. Middle East examples are UAE and Saudi Arabia. The first Abu Dhabi bank issued a Green Sukuk for solar power in UAE. Saudi Arabia's ACWA Power used Sukuk to finance renewable energy projects. The Islamic Development Bank Green Sukuk, $1.5 billion Green Sukuk was issued by them, and proceeds were allocated to projects that included renewable energy and disaster resilience. So it is not something that we are building for the first time. We have examples in the Islamic countries. We just need to see our own country, which has listed the for adaptation. We just need to get into those, create projects through Sukuk and attempt and get into that. So accessing Sukuk is, and this is important, because accessing global funds is difficult. Accessing Sukuk is generally easier and faster than securing funding from global green funds due to streamlined and flexible nature of the Sukuk issuance process. That is important. In loss and damage, you need immediate support, immediate help. The people who are affected by the flood cannot keep waiting for our cumbersome procedures and be waiting for the money to trickle down one day. We need immediate action for loss and damage. That is the difference between loss and damage and adaptation. So faster process and fewer bureaucratic hurdles there as far as Sukuk is concerned. So we need to start thinking, and I think Sukuk has just come at the right time, and this is the right time for Pakistan to get into it as much as possible to address the entire adaptation issue that we seem to have and address the loss and damage issue that we are facing. In the end, I would like to say that, just a second, let me just get to it. I also want to talk about some of the other Islamic finances that are available as a point that Sukuk is one, but there are other sources, and we look at them in the courts every day, and I think there's a sizable amount of money lying there also. Just a thought, you're the bankers, you're the experts, I'm just a judge, but I think I look at these matters in the court, so I want to highlight that Waqf is another big area. The endowment area, a perpetual charitable endowment where assets or funds are set aside for public benefits such as education, healthcare, or environmental conservation. I think Waqf, there's a lot of Waqf in this country, and Waqf has done a lot for the Islamic jurisprudence, Islamic education in the world, but we could turn them towards climate action now, and it's important to look at that. So the cash Waqf for Climate Change Fund, initiated by the Islamic Development Bank, supports sustainable development projects in member countries. In Indonesia, Waqf funds have been used to finance small solar projects also, so that there is an example. The second source of Islamic money could be, funding could be zakat, charity. A mandatory charitable contribution from Muslims, typically 2% of the annual savings, which can be directed towards alleviating poverty and supporting social issues. Example could be zakat to provide clean water and renewable energy in sub-Saharan Africa, as seen in the projects of organizations like UNHCR's fund. So we can utilize zakat fund for climate action also. So I think it is time to reconsider that Waqf, zakat, all these pockets that we've had, we could start diverting them towards climate action, which is the need of the hour, rather than thinking about any other project. So Pakistan has explored using zakat for disaster relief and resilience. We've looked at that earlier. Then comes takafful, which is Islamic insurance, and a cooperative insurance model where members contribute to a common pool to protect each other against specific risks. So micro takafful has been used in Bangladesh to protect small farmers against climate-related risks such as floods or droughts. In Malaysia, takafful schemes have supported reforestation and agricultural adaptation to climate change. So there are wonderful examples in the Muslim countries around us. The next pocket or Islamic financing could be istisna, which is manufacturing or construction finance. A contract where an asset is manufactured or constructed for a buyer according to the specified needs. So green istisna contracts have been used to fund renewable energy projects such as constructing solar farms or hydroelectric dams. In Saudi Arabia, istisna contracts finance the development of eco-friendly urban infrastructure. Then comes Muraba, the cost plus financing, a sale contract where the seller discloses the cost of an asset and adds a profit margin. Muraba was used to fund the installation of energy efficient technologies in Malaysia manufacturing sector. And the list goes on. You are bankers and you probably know this. I don't need to tell you all this. But I think there are wonderful pockets of Islamic financing tools such as Sukuk, Waqf, Zakat, Takafful, and crowdfunding, which is raising money from a lot of people, offer a versatile mechanism for climate finance. Real-world examples highlight their potential to fund renewable energy, disaster recovery, and climate adaptation projects, particularly in the global south. To scale these tools, governments in Islamic financial institutions where we're sitting must collaborate, promote awareness, and standardize frameworks. So that's exactly what we're doing right now. This wonderful forum and this wonderful platform is telling us that there are answers available in Pakistan, and we can use our own Islamic financing to attend to our biggest threat that we face, that is climate change, through adaptation and through providing for loss and damage. So one thing that I want to also add at the end, that there is no way that we can go about creating Islamic finance unless we have an understanding and a good handle on on climate science. You cannot create a project, you cannot go about doing Islamic financing unless you have a good grip on climate science, because climate science is going to tell you what project to build and how to attend to the issue in hand. So please, that is something that I want to underline, that climate science is something that we lack capacity in. And I would, from this forum and this platform, want to say that I think investors and sort of the financial institutions that are here should build capacity on climate science, which has happened in Kenya, which has happened in Bangladesh. I don't want to go through those areas, but it's important. So the time has come, and I conclude by a statement made by Justice Sheikh Taqi Usmani, who is a great Islamic scholar. The time has come, he says, for Islamic finance to lead the way in creating innovative climate solutions, combating faith and finance to combat global challenges. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Justice, for that very enlightening speech. We now have a video presentation by AlBaraka Forum showcasing the reality of the sustainable Sukuk market globally. Let's take a moment to understand the international landscape.
The concept of Sukuk is deeply rooted in the principles of Islamic finance. This practice has been observed by Muslim societies during their golden ages as forms of papers representing financial obligations originating from trade and other commercial activities following principles of Islamic Sharia. Over the years, Sukuk has developed into a major global financial product. Today, Sukuk represents a dynamic and evolving market that continues to attract a wide range of investors, demonstrating its ability to blend traditional Islamic principles with modern financial needs with rather distinctive features. The first Sukuk was issued in 1990 by a Malaysian company. From 1999 onwards, a number of public and private institutions started issuing Sukuk. By the end of 2024, global outstanding Sukuk had surpassed $930 billion, with projections suggesting that global Sukuk volumes will exceed the $1 trillion milestone in 2025. As an Islamic country with a growing interest in ethical and Sharia-compliant financial instruments, Pakistan has made notable strides in adopting Sukuk. The journey of Sukuk in Pakistan truly began in the early 2000s, as the country began formalizing its Islamic financial instruments. The government of Pakistan's first participation in the global Sukuk market was in 2005, with the issuance of $600 million Sukuk, while the domestic Sukuk program was launched in 2008, paving all the way till June 2022, as the government has successfully issued Ijara Sukuk amounting to 3.25 trillion rupees in the domestic market. Since then, Sukuk has become a cornerstone of Pakistan's economic strategy to transform to an equitable, asset-based, risk-sharing and interest-free system by 2027. With the entire world going green, the Pakistan government has plans on issuing domestic green Sukuk to fund environmentally sustainable infrastructure projects. Green Sukuk represents a significant innovation in the intersection of Islamic finance and environmental sustainability in Pakistan. Green Sukuk are specifically designed to align with environmental, social, and governance (ESG) criteria, helping Pakistan foster its society. For banks to grow their investment portfolios, it is crucial to ensure the continuous and adequate availability of Sukuk in both domestic and international markets, including those issued by the government and the private sector. As Islamic finance continues to grow alongside global finance, Sukuk has become a powerful and versatile financial instrument with increasing adoption worldwide, benefiting from strong regulatory frameworks, growing demand for ethical investment options, and the expansion of Islamic finance globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very special part of our event where we honor and acknowledge the contribution of our esteemed partners and guests of honor without whom this forum would have not been possible. I would like to invite Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi, Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, to kindly come on stage. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka Bank Pakistan, to join Sheikh Yusuf on stage. AlBaraka Bank's incredible support has been the backbone of this event, and we are deeply grateful for their commitment. Thank you. Please remain on stage. Now I'd like to invite all our distinguished guests of honor to come forward and receive their certificates. Firstly, Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Sir, if you're here. Sir, if you could just remain on stage for the group photo. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman of the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. And finally, Honorable Mr. Justice Syed Mansoor Ali Shah, Senior Judge of the Supreme Court of Pakistan.
Can you call Mr. Atif Hanif to the stage?
May I please have Mr. Atif Hanif on stage, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our opening ceremony. Please take a moment to network during break for tea, and we will be back by 11:45. Thank you.
Bueno.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to begin our proceedings for the second session. May I please request all of you to be seated? We will now begin our session. It is the time for our first session, and this session is titled Sukuk and the Development of Macroeconomic Sectors. This session will be moderated by Mr. Syed Faraz Anwar, Partner Advisory and Consulting at PwC Pakistan. May I please welcome him on stage? Please put your hands together for Mr. Syed Faraz Anwar. Our panelists for today for this particular session are Mr. Rehmat Ali Hasni, President and Chief Executive Officer, National Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka Bank Pakistan. Mr. Irfan Siddiqui, Founding President and Chief Executive Officer at Mizan Bank. Mr. Basir Shamsi, President and Chief Officer of JS Bank.
Thank you very much, Shaista, for your kind introduction. I don't think any of the panelists who are esteemed panelists who are sitting over here need any introduction. So I would start the proceedings of this panel discussion. So I'm very glad to see that there's a very, a very representative representation of the banking industry in this forum. is because we've got two of the large conventional banks, two of the large and very vibrant conventional banks, and also two of the other large and vibrant Islamic banks present over here. So I think we should be able to converse a lot about the conversion journey of different banking institutions and the overall banking industry in general, and also with the specifics of the role of Sukuk in this important transformation for the banking industry, which probably is going to be happening at this scale for the first time in the world. And I assume, obviously, there is going to be a presentation as well, which is going to be the introduction presentation by Mr. Irfan Siddiqui from Mizan Bank Limited, which obviously is going to cover some bits of Sukuk, and also probably is going to talk about some of the important aspects of Islamic banking. So I would first like to request Mr. Irfan Siddiqui to initiate with his presentation, and then we will follow it up with a panel discussion. Thank you.
कोई presentation is the presentation loaded? Okay, right. Sorry, it's tested. Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. The last speech by Justice Mansoor Saab obviously was very eloquent. So I hope you will excuse us for not being as nice in talking, but mashallah, very, very full of information and data. So a lot of appreciation for that. I think my focus today would be to for this panel discussion to proceed is to show where do we stand right now in terms of sovereign sukuk issuance, because there are two types of sukuks. One is sovereign sukuk, the other one is corporate sukuk, where normally in conventional term you would lend money to ABC company. Now instead of lending them money, if you want to securitize that, you do a sukuk issuance, right? And the securities and risk and rewards, everything would be similar to what you do in a normal lending transaction. But right now my focus is on the sovereign sukuk, because in my view that is the single most important aspect for Pakistan to convert fully into Sharia compliant, and if not fully, how we go towards that become fully. So since 2020, when we started our Sukuk program, which was seen in that video, very nicely made video by Baraka Forum, 172 Sukuks has been issued by Government of Pakistan under multiple tenors. And I'm happy to say that Mizan Bank, along with DIB, Bank Islami, Al-Falah Bank, are working actively with Ministry of Finance for regulation issues in Sukuk. So these banks are the joint financial advisors. So up to 1 year, up to now, they've issued recently fixed term Sukuk. 3 years are both fixed and variable, 5 years is fixed and variable, and even 10 years, we have Sukuk for fixed and variable, which came very recently. If you see this chart, this is growing, mashallah, steadily from 2020, when we started that year with 561 billion. And in 2024, the amount was 2 trillion. But this 2 trillion compared to our need is, I would say, minuscule. It's very, 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 very small, especially with the conversion process. Now the conventional bank, when they're converting, like National Bank, in their assets into Islamic, they would need sukuks. So up to now, where conventional bank were not active, these sukuks were just about enough. I would say less than enough to meet the need of the market. But now with rapid expansion of that phase, this 2 trillion is a very, very small number. And because the sukuks are actually sold by a bidding process, similar to T-bills
and PIBs in conventional terms, the pricing of that is determined by supply and demand. So if there are less sukuks, then the pricing would come down. So just as you all aware of, the Federal Sharia Court in April of 22 decided that the banking system should convert into Islamic by 2028. And in October 24, an amendment in Constitution was also passed to do that. And the landscape right now is that right now we have about 23% market which is converted into Islamic, which is about 2/3 dominated by the dedicated Islamic banks and 1/3 by the conventional windows. So I hope that with this process, the conventional windows portion would rise rapidly. And obviously the idea, the target of January 2028 is that we convert to 100%, whether we go 100% or anywhere from 22% to 100%, I think that will be a credit to all of us, because it's all depend on your intention and niyat. When we reach that 100%, we should not be worried about it. We should say that as it comes, we'll take it. But inshallah, we have to work hard to come to that 100%. To give you a total idea of how small the sukuk market is compared to the conventional securities which are already issued amount to 38 trillion rupees, which are held by banks, insurance companies, mutual funds, everybody. I'm sure National Bank must have a large portion of that. So 38 trillion is issued, and Islamic compared to that 38 trillion is only 5 trillion. So if you can imagine the smallness of that thing, the market is 22%. So this is a lot lower than 22%. So in total, conventional Islamic accounts for 43 trillion. Securities which are held by banks in conventional banks is 25 trillion. And so it leaves some room for other people to buy those securities as well. But Islamic, because there is less security, 4.2 out of the 5 is held by banks. Now, if you see the next, compared to a total deposit base of 25 trillion in conventional banks, they have securities worth of 25 trillion. It doesn't mean that they put all their deposits in securities, is that, they borrow from State Bank as well and invest in securities. But to show the quantum is 1:1. Whereas in Islamic Bank, our total deposit size was 7.3 trillion, out of which only 4.2 trillion was available, which is 58%. So as a result, there's always a price, I would not say a price war, but a price pressure on it. And hence, on average, for the last 2 years, the difference between Islamic yield on Islamic sukuk is roughly 1.5% lower than the conventional T-bills. So I think that makes the playing field a little bit like the roads in Karachi. You understand what I mean? It's uneven. So it's not level playing field. So why do we need sukuk? Is to fulfill banks' SLR requirement, effective liquidity management, fulfill budgetary requirements of the government, and it's an alternative to T-bills and PIB, and mainly to achieve the government vision of converting this banking system into Islamic. Like I said, risk of repeating myself, if there are no government securities to support the conversion, I'm not saying may not happen, I'm saying it will not happen because it's not possible without government securities. So what we need to do is identify new government assets for Ijara Sukuk issuance. I believe the Ministry of Finance, along with these banks, are talking to the Pakistan Railways now, which have got a large asset bank. And if that happens, that is in trillions. So we should be able to get a good stock of sukuks from that. The next point is very important, is to explore asset-light sukuk structures for issuance of hybrid sukuk or asset-light structure. I think Ijlal is here from Bahrain. People like them can assist us to see how, because right now the problem is that all the sukuk issuance right now requires 100% asset base. And to find free assets with government of Pakistan is also always a challenge. So it's important that we have this asset-light structures in place. And also with that, we should issue short-term sukuks of 3 months and 6 months to really make Islamic banking more vibrant. So that was all, I think. So anything else we can cover in the question answer session. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Irfan Sahab. I think you have set the right tone for discussions on the transformation and the conversion process. We as consultants are helping a number of institutions out in their conversion journey from conventional Islamic, and obviously one of the most formidable challenges that we are witnessing in terms of the conversion, which obviously to follow an asset-led conversion model for the banks in Pakistan. Obviously, Pakistan is going to be one of the few countries or one of the only countries in the world which is pursuing such an aggressive conversion journey that by 2027 end, we will have to convert 100%, not just by the banking institutions, but also all the other parts of the economy, which is DFIs, microfinance banks, insurance companies, capital markets, brokerage houses. Every other institution in Pakistan has to comply with this requirement to transform or convert by the end of 2027. So talking about the specifics of the banking industry in Pakistan and the way the asset book is distributed. So my first question, obviously, Rahmat, is to you, because obviously you being one of the CEO of one of the largest banks in Pakistan, you would come across this as one of the most important challenges. And considering the fact that almost 95% of the investments by the banks in Pakistan is in government securities, and the fact that we are at an ADR, asset advances deposit ratio, historically it has been 40%, and maybe even now it is not going to be more than 45%. So we're talking about almost like more than 50% of the asset book being converted to Islamic instruments, and that is going to be the only way you could transform or convert your deposits, because then there will be asset liability mismatches. So how do you think this the availability of Sukuk is going to be acting as a catalyst in terms of ensuring a quicker and a smoother transition from conventional banking to Islamic banking? Especially considering the fact that what Irfan Sahab has just mentioned, there are alternatives available. So how do you think the government is pursuing these objectives and these pursuits? And how do you think you as an institution would be able to address those?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for the question, Faraz. And Irfan Sahab, thank you for a very excellent and clear presentation on the main hurdle that may be there for the complete transformation of the present Pakistani banking sector from conventional to Islamic. I do think that, as Irfan Sahab said, without the government securities availability, this process will be very slow, if not impossible, as he said. Just to put it in perspective, at National Bank, we have a deposit base of around 4 trillion rupees. So just for the SLR, Irfan Sahab, that would mean a requirement of about +1 trillion rupees of Sukuk, just for National Bank, and Habib Bank would have a similar kind of a demand. And if just to meet regulatory compliance, we're not talking about investments beyond that. And that demand clearly determines how the deposit base will transform from its current conventional deposit base to an Islamic deposit base. I do understand and that Irfan Sahab, yourselves and others are deeply involved in this determination as to how this availability of Sukuks can be done by the government. And I think the responsibility of this should not be limited to the local banks providing input. And I think this forum here, there are not pools of knowledge, but a huge ocean of knowledge that is represented here from the world. And that is exactly where the input can come from, where there is a niyat in the form of our desire to convert, a legal enablement through the constitutional amendment and the Shariat court decision. But now we come to the practicalities of the actual process. And I think the eventual goal, as Irfan Saab said, 2028 onwards, that's not what I'm concerned about. It is actually the period of the transition. How does a balance sheet of the size and scale of what 75% of the banking system now, 25% is Islamic already. So 75% of Pakistan's banking system, how does it move from one way of doing business to the Islamic concept? And I think it is not just going to be limited to us banks doing the practical part of converting branches, bringing product programs, which are Islamic banking oriented, but also from the intellectual capital that is represented by the schools, the centers of excellence, as well as the accounting community, as well as people like Irfan Saab, who've been part of this Islamic banking introduction to Pakistan, and I would say pioneers, as well as the schools of thought that are available from Malaysia to the Gulf countries, how they would achieve this. And I think we as a banking community, as a regulators, we have to be amenable to accepting thought that comes from wherever it comes from and practically enabling this. And I think National Bank as a conventional bank with an Islamic bank, we've already started the transition. However, this one aspect of Sukuks is going to be critical. The second bit I think is very important when we talk about Sukuks is the pools that are available, not in knowledge, but all the potential markets for Sukuks, for green, public-private partnerships, etc., that can really accelerate the transition of individual banks' balance sheets from conventional assets to Islamic or Sharia compliant assets, and therefore the balance sheet percentage improves. And that work, I think there's a lot of potential for it. I'm not sure how quickly and how aggressively that transition can take place, because there is a demand for infrastructure in Pakistan, and the Sukuk can enable the fulfillment of that demand because of its very structure, be it a green Sukuk, be it an infrastructure Sukuk, or be it any other variant that can be there. So I think we're looking at a Sukuk as a huge potential, but the government Sukuk is going to be key to the success of the transition. Thank you.
So I think that's a very valid observation that you've made, Rahmat, is in relation to the fact what's going to be the size of Sukuk that we are talking about. Only to meet the current requirements of Sukuk to replace the banking sector or to replace the financial sector, conversion, is going to be in more than 30 trillion. And we are talking about the future needs of the country. We're talking about the future needs that may arise from climate risk. We are talking about future risks that may arise from infrastructure needs. So we're talking about not lesser than around 50 trillion Sukuk availability in the next 3 years or so. So we should definitely be planning in accordance with this. And obviously, we would like to know about the roadmap that the regulators and also, the government must be having in their mind in relation to the issuance of these sukuk, so that the banking institutions, the other institutions could be able to craft their transformation and convergence journeys accordingly. Otherwise, obviously, this is going to be a last-minute surprise for them in terms of managing their asset liability mismatches on the Islamic books. So I think this is going to be a very, very important area, and I'm sure Irfan Saab, Rahmat, yourself, as well as Atif and Basir are going to be very instrumental in voicing their requirements and also making sure that this happens within the banking sector and also in the other different areas of economy. So my next question is to Mr. Atif Hanif, who is obviously representing AlBaraka, who is the platinum sponsor, the main contributor, one of the main contributors of this conference. So first of all, thank you very much, Atif, for arranging this wonderful session. It's been an eye-opener considering the fact that we have had so much of discussions with many of the people who did not really represent the banking industry or the regulatory or the regulators, but they really were able to share some of the important independent thoughts with us with regard to Sukuk and its importance. So my question, therefore, to you is going to be around the Sukuk, the relevance of Sukuk in the context of Pakistan. We have heard about the fact that Sukuk we've learned about the Sukuk issuance. We also know about the size of Sukuk in Pakistan, sovereign Sukuks and the corporate Sukuks to a certain extent. So if you could share your thoughts about some of the important aspects of Sukuks in Pakistan and how do we shape our future roadmap. And also, if you could highlight the role that AlBaraka Bank has been playing in the development of Sukuk market. Obviously, this is one of the areas in which you have done this, conference on Sukuk. So the contribution that AlBaraka Bank has been doing in relation to the Sukuks in Pakistan.
Thank you, Faraz. First, I'll answer the AlBaraka aspect of the role. As you know, that AlBaraka Bank exists in 13 countries and is part of our ABG group, AlBaraka Banking Group. We have one of the pioneers of the Islamic banking globally, have a lot of contribution in terms of development of the organizations that are regulating Islamic banking, like IOFI. In Pakistan, we are lucky that part of the AlBaraka group is the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development and AlBaraka Forum. These two organizations are part of the overall the group that AlBaraka Bank is part of, and their goal is to develop Islamic banking and economy globally, and also the Islamic economy in the Muslim countries. About 57 Islamic countries are members of Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, and we are lucky that their head office is based in Karachi. So part of our transformation of AlBaraka Bank, which we have undertaken for last 2 years, we are looking at all possible areas which can create a synergy for the overall ecosystem of Islamic banking in Pakistan and development of Islamic economy in Pakistan. So for last 2 years, I thank Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi for putting Pakistan on the top of his map of activities and conferences. 3 conferences were held last year, and I will say a round of applause for such a focus on Pakistan now. And this conference itself is an evidence that how AlBaraka Bank feels that we can contribute towards the development of Islamic banking and Sukuk, and contribute also and facilitate to the conversion of the conventional banking into Islamic banking in Pakistan. We intend to, like Sheikh Yusuf said yesterday in the reception, that the platform of AlBaraka Forum is being used globally to promote and facilitate a subject of importance in various countries. So we intend to hold similar conferences on Sharia perspective by inviting Sharia scholars from at least the 13 countries where we exist, and also from the AlBaraka platform, so many other important Sharia fraternity globally, to facilitate the conversion of conventional banking into Islamic in Pakistan. About Sukuks, a lot has been said, and a great presentation by Irfan Sahab. Although it's a small size compared to conventional PIBs and T-bills, but it has developed very well in last 4 or 5 years. There was complete dearth of Sukuks 5, 6 years ago, and now, alhamdulillah, it has improved to almost 5 trillion rupees, like Irfan Sahab said. And the challenge is now two things. Number one, the requirement of the conventional bank and Islamic banks, and number two is the debt, raising of debt for the federal government. The requirement, like it is 43 trillion right now, it is going to grow by at least 15 to 20% as a banking industry. So that is going to be a challenge. But at the same time, the total debt of Pakistan, domestic debt, is now 47 trillion rupees. This used to be 26 trillion in 2021. And it is growing by at least 20% every year. Now, if we include the foreign debt, our debt to GDP ratio is 66%. So now, although there is a big challenge in product gap of Islamic banking in terms of Sukuks, that how do we, even if there's 38 trillion of conventional instruments needs to be converted into Islamic, the requirement is assets. Are there enough assets, 38 trillion, with the federal government to provide for the Sukuk development? So they are not. When we look deeper into this, on the availability of assets, the reality is that now, after certain constitutional amendments, most of the assets are now with the provinces and not with the federal government. So there are multiple challenges in this, but the bottom line remains that if the debt is already 66% of GDP and it is growing by 20%, is this sustainable for Pakistan? So maybe the Islamic banking and the covenants of the Sharia compliance is a blessing for Pakistan in the long run. Because for sustainability of Pakistan economy, the compulsion of converting this debt into Islamic instruments will create a check and balance on the growth of this unmanageable debt. Since the products used by countries like Malaysia and many other countries for asset-light Sukuks and the Tawarruk, the reality is, I was speaking to an expert in Malaysia a few days ago, and the lady is one of the pioneers of Sukuks in that country. She said that because of Tawarruk, the confidence and repute of Islamic banking and Sharia compliance in Malaysia has deteriorated significantly. And now they intend to address that by going away from Tawarruk. So in Pakistan, we are lucky that we have Sheikh Taqi Usmani Sahib's presence here in Pakistan. And they are quoting Sheikh Taqi Usmani Sahib's apprehension about Tawarruk, which they now realize that this was true. So we need to find solutions, but while there is a challenge, there are opportunities also. Like Rahmat said, that the development projects, at least the PSDP of the federal government, it provides an initial opportunity for Sukuk development, because they are new projects, they are going to have assets, there will be dams, there will be roads, there will be so many other assets. And as we know, PSDP is huge for Pakistan. And later on, this can be even used by provincial governments for PSDP. So in overall, converting the debt instruments into Sukuk will in the benefit of Pakistan, as our debt will start disciplining and checked. At the same time, a great development that has taken place is the listing of Sukuks and offering of the Sukuks on stock market. So PSX has now options for investors other than simple shares. Now they can invest in Sukuks, and the first issue was, I think, 30 times oversubscribed. And this shows that even if there are provincial government projects that they want to issue through, develop through Sukuks, there will be some appetite, risk and reward appetite, and based on that, the pricing will be established. So to begin this transitional journey, PSDP is an area where the focus is required. And since there's a strong commitment of the federal government, the regulators, the banks, there's a great opportunity for converting the PSDP in the initial state into Sukuks.
So thank you very much, Atif. I think you very well explained the context of development of Sukuk market in Pakistan and also the future needs, and how do we all wish that the developments happen in the context of both federal and the provincial government to be able to address the market demands and needs, especially by the end of 2027 and going forward as well. And this brings me to the conversation with Mr. Irfan Siddiqui. Irfan Saab, you have very well highlighted the potential size of the market in Pakistan and also the kind of journey that we have to follow in order for us to be able to transform from the conventional instruments, the sizable conventional instruments that we currently have, to the Islamic alternatives. So obviously Sukuk is one of those alternatives, and we had a discussion a while ago as well, is that Sukuk is a structure, is an instrument. The purposes can be manifold. The purpose could be to address climate risk. The purpose could be to invest in education. The purpose could be as simple as to invest in any of the infrastructure projects. So essentially, at a national level, obviously, we are having a number of problems, a number of macroeconomic issues, such as the one that has been talked about by Atif, which relates to government debt to GDP ratio. And also, obviously, the inflation control is one of the areas that we have been struggling for quite a long period of time. And then, obviously, the fiscal, sustainability is also one of the concerns that we have had over the last several years. So, how do you see, in the broader context, the role of Sukuks in presenting solutions to these problems? Since you talked about the sovereign Sukuks, so how do you see the availability of sovereign Sukuks solving, as one of the means to solve these problems? So, what's your view on this, Irfan Saab?
Right. Thank you, Faraz. Like you said, I think the availability of Sukuks have to be increased. And one thing, before I start, I should have done it while I was there. Mashallah, Sheikh Yusuf Kalabi has taken this initiative. And I also attended the last forum in London. And really the depth of knowledge and people who gathered there, is those type of people who could help Pakistan in getting there. And I'm glad our senior leadership team from State Bank they were here this morning. And I think they should draw on this knowledge. So thank you so much, Sheikh Alawi, for doing that. I think, to have more availability of Sukuk, if I get that is your question, there has to be that desire of getting it. On a lighter note, our colleague, his name is Rahmat, right? And the organizers are Baraka. And both are very synonymous terms, Rahmat and Baraka. But only Rahmat and Baraka are not going to bring Sukuks, right? No matter how hard what we agree, but what we need other than Rahmat and Baraka is the will behind that. Because if we say that God will do it, what comes to my mind is that when we go to Saudi Arabia, we do Sai, which is reflective of Bibi Hajra running 7 times between the 2 mountains in a lot of heat, right, with a small little child for water, right? God could have given the water from rain, but after doing a lot of effort, and that is the meaning of the Sai, then the water came out, which is now Zamzam, right? So Zamzam flowed out of it, but with effort. I mean, who gave that water was God. But after Bibi Hajra did 7 rounds of hardship in a desert. So we need to do those rounds ourselves. We need to do those sa'i in order to, take the meaning of rahmat and barakah in fruition. And that is a collective, responsibility. It's not the responsibility of, I think central bank is doing a lot. We have formed, the government has formed a steering committee, which is headed by the finance minister, chaired by the governor. It's a very high-powered committee. And I think because of that, like Atif said, that, from zero, we have come to 5 billion, which is a good step. At least it's given us a stencil. The other stencil it's given us is that because of the demand from the public at large, all the conventional banks have Islamic windows, right? I think if they don't have Islamic windows, they have a full-fledged Islamic bank as a subsidiary. So the Islamic banking landscape is already inside the conventional banking system. So now to convert, it's not a rocket science, it's just that little effort. Maybe we've done, out of that 7 rounds, they've done 3 rounds, 4 rounds are left, and we'll get that Zamzam water. But we need to do that. So assets are there, asset-light sukuks are available in the, obviously in the world. We need to really sit down and, be determined that we need to find that answer. And asset-light we've been working on for the last 3 years, 4 years, right? Whenever we talk to people who matters, they would, we should develop asset-light sukuk, otherwise this will not happen. Now who is that we? Is this all of us, including our government, the central bank? And I'm sure if they get together and determine that, we're going to meet every day, like the Chief Justice Sahab was here in the court when we have some important matter, they would say that the proceeding will happen on a day-to-day basis. Every day there will be a hearing, right? Otherwise, in normal circumstances, because the courts are overloaded, they would do one hearing today, one maybe after 2 months. And that's why it takes long time. So we need to do that kind of a rhythm, where we need to sit down and really ensure that we find a solution. And I'm 100% sure that we will find a solution only if there is that will. Otherwise, what happens is we do have the work, somebody else will say, no, what you've done, part A, part B is okay, part C is not okay. Then we go back to the drawing board. So that commitment from everybody has to be there, the legislature, the central bank, the banks, especially the conventional banks, because they have to transform. I think for them, the roadmap is difficult. But Islamic banks is already there. And I think, as all the Islamic banks here, AlBaraka, he's representing Bank Islami as well as owners, we are all committed to it. But we need to do that last mile to make it happen. Otherwise, we'll be talking about it, and if the fuel is not there, then it will not come. So sorry, my things are not very technical. It's all more exemplars, So Baraka wants to hire this room, and they said we want, I don't know how many, 14 chandeliers in this room. They said, fine, 14 chandeliers will be there, but when Atif comes in there, only 2 are lit. He said the electricity which you got from behind is only good enough for 2. So obviously we can't have this conference then, in dark. So that's the same thing that, we want to convert, we want to hire this room, the government wants to convert, the court has decided to convert, the government has passed legislation for that, but we need to bring that electricity power behind it to light all the 14 chandeliers. Thank you.
I think very well said. Is because there has to be an emergency declared for enablement of all these initiatives at the government level. Otherwise, obviously, without having these enablers in place, conversion by 2027 is something very difficult, if not impossible, as rightly described by Irfan Saab. And my next question is to Mr. Basir Shamsi, who is the Chief Executive Officer of JS Bank. So Basir, we have been talking a lot about the availability of sukuk within the country, and we have been talking a lot about the long-term impacts of the sukuk availability in relation to solving the problems of the country, especially the conversion of the banking industry and other industries by 2027. But now my discussion with you is going to revolve around the cross-border capital flows in relation to Sukuk. So how do Sukuk helps in relation to cross-border flows? Obviously, one of the primary problems that we have been facing in Pakistan is to attract the foreign direct investment into the country. And we have not been that impressive in relation to the foreign direct investment. So your views on the role of Sukuks in ensuring this, and how do we, ensure that, how do we actually make it possible that, in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years, we've got some, roadmap in that context.
Thank you, Faraz. So I'm a
So there's a long history. The government issues, even though the issuance is not enough, but these are publicly traded Sukuks. So there's a capital market infrastructure already present in Pakistan. The regulator, the SECP, has fantastic regulations, approval processes. So all of that is there. So if all of that is there, and we have gone as far back as 2005 to issue the first Sukuk, in the quasi private public sector, then why are we so challenged today in terms of cross-border flows? So I look at it from multiple perspectives. So the first is that because of the constant rupee devaluation, hard currency investors are reluctant for larger periods of time to come into soft currency investments. And Pakistan has had periods of stable exchange rates, and then periods of very rapid devaluation. So that's one problem. The other problem that we are challenged with is there's not enough issuance. There's not enough creation of paper. Now, for the private sector, for example, mid-tier steelmaker, the transaction size is so small, no global investor would be looking to invest in that transaction size. They're looking really at 10 or 20x those transaction sizes. I remember this transaction of 2005. Back then it was 8 billion rupees, which in today's terms would be like 50 or 80 billion rupees, and that was private sector. So now it's the size of the transactions. Now, when we go back to the federal, so where will these massive size of transactions come through? Today, when we look at it, the private sector, the demand for credit is just not there. And it's certainly not there for transactions of this size. We are not expanding in cement, we're not expanding in steel, we are essentially not expanding in conventional telecom. So where does this energy, particularly other than some solar, but as a country, we are energy surplus by 40%. So overall, there is not much demand on the energy side either. That was historically the case a few years ago. So where is this going to come from? So it has to come from infrastructure. Now, when we come to infrastructure, the problem lies is that the provinces don't have borrowing powers. So under our constitution, the provinces cannot directly go to capital markets and borrow. After the 18th Amendment, as one of the other speakers pointed out, the cash flow is with the provinces, the assets are with the provinces, but they actually don't have borrowing power. So that is where the challenge is. In fact, unlike the federal government, which is cash flow challenged, almost all the provinces today are cash flow surplus. Even Sindh is cash flow surplus, Punjab certainly is, and even the smaller provinces today are cash flow surplus. Yet, at this time,
whereas we could expand infrastructure development 5x, they look at cash flows from current subsidy, flows that come to them from the divisible pool, from the federal government, and whatever collections, tax collections they have on their own. So they cannot actually monetize in the next 10 years of cash flows. So to me, the immediate solution to this is allowing the provinces to borrow funds directly. And there we then have large infrastructure projects, we have highways, we have bridges, we have tunnels, especially in the KP and GB side. We have clean energy projects, particularly in the GB side and KP side. And that's where we can attract large transactions, where global investors can come in, global investment banks can come in, and they would lead those transactions and bring the global markets to us, including AlBaraka and others. So that is one challenge we need to address. Two is the currency risk challenge. So now currency risk, even today we have a branch in Bahrain, we principally invest in dollar assets because our liabilities are dollar. We can't go around buying euros and hedging a euro exposure every time. So we will go and invest in either dollar indexed currency bonds or straight out USD bonds. So I think time has now come that Pakistani corporates, as well as if the provincial governments followed by the municipal governments, if they are allowed to borrow, they should be allowed to borrow hard currency. Now, the minute you do that, and at the back end, of course, banks will provide the hedge, you now have a market for a 200 billion rupee transaction coming out of Punjab or Sindh, and it is dollar hedged or it's dollar denominated. They have the infrastructure project. The government, provincial government has cash flow surplus, plus the project itself, because Sukuks are also asset-based, and the project cash flows are there to then repay the debt. So the whole perspective changes. And I think we now, having done this for so long, and frankly, we used to do a transaction, a capital market transaction, remember, in the best of times, one a month, to now doing one a year or two a year. I think the next generation of bankers that now come in, we need to solve these problems for them, because we have regressed in the last 10 years. And if we can solve these problems for them today, the people in this room who are 30-something, they will have a fantastic ride creating a market similar to that we have in the UAE and in Malaysia and other GCC countries. So that's my submission. Thank you.
And in the interest of time, I think it is a good idea to open the floor for any questions that the audience may be having. It's a good time to interact with people at large. And obviously with our esteemed panelists, they should be able to answer any of your queries or any of the area that you'd like to discuss with us.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, very big thanks to the organizers for arranging this amazing event with the great minds. बड़ा अच्छा आउटपुट और बहुत ज़्यादा नॉलेज मिली, डेटा मिला. मेरा सवाल बहुत मुख्तसर है. स्टार्ट करूँगा एक छोटे से डेटा से. वो ये कि गुजरात, इंडिया, 6 करोड़ वहाँ की आबादी है, और 6 करोड़ में से 1 करोड़ वहाँ पर स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्टर्स हैं. मतलब 1 करोड़ वहाँ पर अकाउंट खोले हुए उन्होंने. पाकिस्तान की आबादी 24 करोड़ है और 3 लाख अकाउंट्स हमारे. तो ये बड़ा अच्छा डिस्कशन हो रहा है यहाँ पर सुकूक बॉन्ड पे, ये सारी चीज़ें. लेकिन मैं ये समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में जो फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन है वो बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे है. हमारे पास उतने अकाउंट्स भी नहीं है और लोग घबराते हैं, कतराते हैं अकाउंट्स खोलने में. तो मैं ये समझ रहा हूँ कि ये सब अच्छा इवेंट तो है, बहुत अच्छे डिस्कशंस भी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ क्योंकि लोगों को जब ABC अगर नहीं पता, या लोगों ने ये, ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि जैसे हम सेकेंडरी में बच्चे को डाल रहे हैं प्राइमरी के बजाय डायरेक्ट, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है, क्योंकि ये सारी चीज़ें लोग तब समझ पाएंगे जब लोग बेसिक चीज़ें समझते हैं कि सेविंग अकाउंट, करंट अकाउंट। लोग अभी हम डिबेट रख रहे हैं कन्वेंशनल बैंकिंग, इस्लामिक बैंकिंग, लेकिन लोगों को कन्वेंशनल बैंकिंग ही नहीं पता, लोगों को तो कैपिटलिज्म ही नहीं पता, तो हम ये सारी चीज़ें रहे हैं। तो बस मेरा ये छोटा सा सवाल ही है कि क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं आप जैसे ग्रेट माइंड्स, जो वो माइंड्स जो आसानी कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, एजुकेट कर सकते हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ज़्यादा एजुकेशन का गैप है यहाँ पर, तो आप लोग कैसे प्लान कर रहे हैं एजुकेशन के लिए? थैंक यू।
Irfan sir, would you like to respond to this? I think this is about awareness. So the question is about
Right. I
how do
think,
we inculcate the
very,
awareness?
very pertinent question. Obviously, as you are aware, our central bank is actually working very hard on promoting financial literacy. In fact, all banks are required to take sessions in smaller areas, towns, villages. ये बड़ा लंबा process है. You know, our education level in Pakistan, unfortunately, is very low, and we have to again admit that. If we don't admit that, then I'm glad you raised that. Then we would not even find a solution. तो बात तो आपकी बिल्कुल सही है. Unfortunately, there's so much to do, but I think I would say कि इसमें self help की बहुत ज़रूरत है. हम में से हर एक का एक सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है. आपका एक अलग सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस होगा, फराज साहब का अलग सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस होगा. आई थिंक वी नीड टू एजुकेट आवर चिल्ड्रन. अगर स्कूल्स में नहीं हो रहा तो हम खुद करें. वी हैव टू टेक बेबी स्टेप्स इन ऑर्डर टू गेट देयर, एंड इंशाल्लाह विद दैट कमिटमेंट, इफ वी ऑल बी पार्ट ऑफ इट, देन वी विल गेट देयर. अगर हम सिर्फ छोड़ दें रेगुलेटर्स पे, किसी और पे कि वो करेंगे, तो फिर हमारा हाल बस वैसे ही चलते रहेगा वो. थैंक यू.
So I think it's very important. National culture is also very important, and therefore it's now think about the enormity of challenge that we have at hand. While obviously to ensure all this transformation, conversion, Islamic banking, facilitation by 2027, we also have to ensure that we work on the area that you've just described. So this is why we have been focusing a lot on the speed and the quality of enablement that has to be provided by the regulators and by the other bodies in for this conversion to happen, and also for the ecosystem to be developed for the future years to come. Otherwise, this transformation conversion is not probably going to yield the requisite results. This is a very, very important change that we are witnessing as a nation. So we should be knowing about its challenges and its implications, and therefore we should be prepared to address those challenges that are going to come in the future as well. Otherwise, there's probably not going to be any value that we would get from this transition or conversion.
I'll just like to add to this that while all banks are following State Bank instructions, like Irfan Saab said, on financial literacy, all Islamic banks also have very strong plans and awareness programs. In our case, we have chosen a very specialized awareness program, considering, like the gentleman just said, that the unbanked or financially not included section of population is huge in Pakistan. One of the main reasons behind this is that the most powerful voice in our communities are the khatib of the masajid, who, when they say sood haram hai, they don't say Islamic banking halal hai. Because this very good Sharia scholar fraternity, which has emerged in Pakistan in the last 20 years, is primarily centered in large cities. But 70-80% population of Pakistan is in smaller and rural areas. So what we have done in AlBaraka is that we have started ulama conferences in especially smaller cities. We are in 74 small cities. So the SOP is very clear. We invite about 100 people. 20 are the khatib of masajid around our branches, and 80 are existing and potential customers. So first time when somebody from Darul Uloom addresses them about the Sharia compliance in Islamic banking, and then they are welcome to ask questions, the population at large, when they see their own masajid khatib interested and talking about and asking questions on Sharia and Islamic banking and finance. And towards the end, the most senior khatib is asked to come to the stage and share his views. So 99% of the time, the last comment from the senior most khatib is that I have come to know today that in banking there is a halal aspect as well. So this riba sensitivity or Sharia sensitivity is the single most important reason for no financial inclusion or very less financial inclusion. So everyone is needs to do their part, and like Irfan Sahab said, we are all part of this awareness programs.
Professor Kabir Hassan. I am now visiting Pakistan IBA at Hamid D. Habib chairholder, but I'm a professor of finance at the University of New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. So ever since I came, I spent almost a week, attending different events and lecturing and so on. So one of the chatter that I'm hearing, you must convert this system by January 1st, 2028. If you flash back a little bit, 1998, Justice Taqi Usmani, that famous verdict, that elimination of riba from Pakistan, those who believe in Islamic finance was applauded this. So, for moving fast forward, then that verdict has been tampered with, has been this, that, and so on. And when I talk in private with my friends in Pakistan, the 28th Amendment, and many people said it's not done even constitutionally. So the chatter that I'm hearing from this distinguished Pakistani, practitioner, that there's a doubt in your mind somewhere. Is it possible? It's difficult. So aren't you creating an environment that the 28th Constitution may be changed again? If it does, then you will really go behind. The reason I'm saying this, I like what Brother Irfan said. If you are pushed to the wall, then you'll come up with a solution. One of the criticisms that I hear, how do you convert 66% Pakistani public debt? You don't have enough asset. You don't even know how much asset you have, right? First thing you find out where the asset is, 18th Amendment that you mentioned, we can bring there a different solution if there's a will. 3 years is not a short time. It's a very long time to convert this entire banking system. 75% of the banking is conventional. Convert this into Islamic. See, the change will happen. I think will has to be there. If you create the chatter, I'm not sure it's a good idea, but you are the establishment in Pakistan, you really hold tight. Okay, now we are going to convert it. Because if you do, believe me, the rest of the world, 57 will follow you. We try to convert to Islamic banking. And the reason is that it is not only, we are talking about that the riba or this current ecosystem is inequitable. It really creates, the country I'm coming from, we have $34 trillion national debt. This, Bogart that who came to power, Donald Trump, he just changes every day. He's trying to run the country according, he's like a king and so on. But at least we have the system, when we have the institution, he cannot really go far. The point I'm trying to say, we are worried about in the United States, in a conventional sense, the debt is trying to reduce. And Islam, riba is one of the deadliest sin in Islam, and we really need to get out of this thing. And if we do, Baraka will come, Rahmat and Baraka will combine together, inshallah.
So I believe it's a question, and is it a question? And you try to ask whether or not we are convinced that we would be able to get converted by 2027. So I think who is going to, Irfan Sahab, would you, because obviously since you're part of that committee, you are aware of the developments.
No, I think fully agree with brother, and I hope that what he's saying, we put more efforts in it. But you see, I am a believer myself. Maybe our scholars may not agree with 100% of what I'm saying, but it has to be a process which will take, one step at a time. Because Pakistan did try to do conversion once before as well. Because we wanted to do it too rapidly, it did not work out, right? The infrastructure was made at that time. So I think, like I said, whether it's migrating from 22% to 100%, or whether it goes from 22% to 50%. If the niyat is right, we are doing all of this for what reason? For pleasure of Allah, right? That has to be the single most objective, that riba is haram. We want to eliminate that, and we work towards eliminating that. And we have to do it in a manner which is conducive and which will give the right results. If for example, if it's felt that by running too fast or driving at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour on a highway, the chances of accident and fatality is high, then we should slow down that speed, because the ultimate objective is to get there. So I think a very fast conversion could also be detrimental, but at the same time, I am again echoing that we need to activate ourselves, because 3 years is a long period of time. Otherwise, even 30 years would be a short period as well. If we say 30 years, people would say 30 years is not good enough, because it will take 300 years. So we have to work hard. But if it doesn't happen 100%, let it, I mean, a lot of time when you talk to people, they will say, well, you're talking about conversion, what will happen to the IMF loan? My answer is that, okay, forget about IMF loan, do what you can do first. If we can convert our sukuks into Sharia compliant, we'll be 50% minimum Islamic, right? If we ask our government organization, which is called the SOEs, state-owned enterprises, that they can only borrow Sharia compliant unless approved by somebody that they cannot do it, then that will get another 10-20%, because what we've seen in practice is that it's never a problem giving loans or financing to a company. We find a way, a Sharia compliant way out of it. So your entire financing book can be converted if there's a compulsion on that. So inshallah, I think bit by bit we'll get there, but your point is absolutely right. I think this lady's been trying to ask a question.
Here, our honorable judges and all the other persons are talking about big infrastructure and investments. Here, I want to highlight small-scale dependency, self-dependency, not aid from foreign aid. Instead, we have to be self-dependent. So I have an idea to build public spaces into vegetable gardens or fruit orchards, but no one wants to take the responsibility here. So if we create those places, instead of planting fancy plants to decorate our places, we can be self-dependent, like rooftop vegetable gardens, and we can invest on vertical gardens. And we can give small incentives to people, because from farm to market and then to consumers, it's a large gap, and it takes lots of fuel and energy, and the prices are high. So my question is about trash sorting and practices no one is willing to. So I have some ideas. If people do, or if the awareness is there, because schools are not willing to, they're just theoretical, not practical. So what are your incentives, small-scale incentives, building public places or parks, or even to these plants and vegetable or fruits orchards? And internationally, we have trash sorting in a large scale. But in Pakistan, we can do dry or wet sorting. Initially, it can save a lot of because we have trash pickers, but lots of it's wasted compost and all that. So we can make animal pits, and we can make shopping bag mats for homeless, and this is all from the small scale.
If I may conclude your question, sister, I think we have to take these baby steps of creating small SME environments. I would suggest कि हमारे बैंक से बहुत सारे लोग हैं यहाँ पर, सारे इस्लामिक बैंक से भी हैं, तो आप प्लीज़ ज़रूर उनको बताएं, because right now we are also under pressure by the regulator to invest into agri, into SMEs, and we are quite frankly short of ideas and avenues as well. तो बेबी स्टेप्स लेंगे इंशाल्लाह, आप ज़रूर कांटेक्ट करें, सब लोग मौजूद हैं यहाँ मुख्तलिफ बैंक्स के, and inshallah we'll try to see what we can do on that. तो आप इसके बाद अगर
मतलब who can I contact to? किससे contact करूँ?
any volunteers from AlBaraka Bank,
साथ
Mizan Bank, anybody?
आसिम आसिफ साहब, आप अपने किसी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव खुद से मिला
चलें,
लें।
तो आप आपसे बात कर लेंगे। जी प्लीज।
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Najmul Hassan. I'm CEO MacPack Films Limited. Actually, my one question and one suggestion from all the panelists. First of all, really very wonderful and very informative discussion from all the panelists, and AlBaraka, I'm really grateful for the AlBaraka for organizing this event. My question is this: basically, we really talked about the government sukuks from the SLR perspective, from the potential perspective, from all these perspectives, 38 million trillion, 38 trillion, or whatever amount, 50 trillion, 30 trillion. But what about the corporate sukuk side? Because that's obviously, there is a potential from the SLR perspective for the banks, but their corporate sukuk is also a very big, area. And internationally, if globally you see, the corporate sukuk growth rates, the private sukuk growth rates are more than the global government sukuk rates. So what are the gaps? I mean, if you can share, what are the gaps, what are the potential and its solution for the corporate sukuks, number one. And the suggestion is from all the banks, and especially from AlBaraka, because AlBaraka is always very aggressive in holding and organizing these kind of awareness session. Because if we also give some sort of product we have to the corporate management side, because awareness about the product which we have. So this will also help in giving some sort of another thinking to the corporate people to give to for the asset creation, and they can share with you, what product they can go for that, what asset they can create. So from that, if you give some sort of awareness in these kind of sessions for the corporate, specific for the corporate people from the product side, so it might help in the further assets creation from the business community side.
Sure. So Atif, if you could respond to this, Atif.
First of all, thank you for the suggestion. We have been holding a lot of activities in the corporate and commercial sector and even SME sectors. We even once invited Sheikh Yusuf Khalavi, who is an expert of family business, to speak about the sustainability over generations for the family business houses in Karachi. But as far as products is concerned, point taken. We will start holding these awareness sessions for our corporate customers as well. This is very much needed because most of the corporate customers, 75% banking is being done with the conventional banks, and they actually need to understand the entire basket of products of Islamic banking which they can use. And the second question about why is there so much a small size corporate sukuk portfolio in Pakistan. Reason, in my opinion, is that this sukuk development has taken place in the last 5-6 years in true meaning. And this was the period where overall economy was under stress and new projects have not come up. The borrowing was at 22-23%, inflation was very high. So whether conventional or Islamic, the long-term lending during this period was very low. Now when the sukuks are developing and there's more awareness about sukuks, I see that there will be a robust growth in the corporate sukuks as well, because this is just a too early stage for all sectors to develop simultaneously.
So add on that, I think it's a very good question, and I wanted to cover that side as well. That there's no restriction, like government ka to ek asset ka masla hai and all these things, but there's no restriction right now. But so there are private, public sectors or private sector issuing sukuk, like K Electric has done it, Engro has done it. The reason, in my view, which is not forthcoming, and we should study that with SECP as well, and maybe with the Pakistan Stock Exchange, because the new CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, I was with him a few days. He's right there. Okay, he was in my office a few days ago and looked very enthusiastic that we should increase our penetration in that. So thank you on that. So we have to see the charges associated in bringing a security on the stock exchange. Now, when we look at Engro and K Electric, the reason they would come to market, stock market in retail, is because they've exhausted their per-party ceilings with the banks, generally, right? Because their borrowing need is very high and the banking sector appetite is also limited. But smaller companies, they don't have that problem because the per-party ceiling of banks are very, very high. And the problem is that their credit limitation is also small. So I think stock market, like you're doing for the GEM board for equities, maybe what you should do is a GEM board for debt instrument where you facilitate smaller size securities, but with nominal fees, I would say, because, big fees, you're not going to get it. So it's like when we were talking about taxation on bonus issues. I mean, government has put a tax on bonus issue, but how much money they collect on that is zero, because nobody would come to that. So if you ask for too much money from small companies, then the answer would again be zero in terms of revenue, because nobody would be willing to pay for that. So if the pricing is good, I assure you that the Islamic banking market and the conventional bank windows of, we would encourage that by charging even lower fees on that, so that, we encourage this sector. The debt market has to come up. And I think this is a very good suggestion. And I think we should all take it up amongst ourselves, that we should encourage not just SMEs, but, our commercial customers, which are of medium size, but not mega size. So I think maybe you can contact Atif, myself, our team as well, and we should, along with generosity of PSX and SECP, we should be able to handle that if there is a will. So I think on to you.
Okay, I just want to add to
Yeah.
Irfan Saab, Atif. I think when you talk about private sector and the Sukuk market, the debate is more about whether a bank is willing to provide this as a bank facility, or the customer would like this to be a Sukuk or a bond, right? That's the debate. That's the core debate. Now, if you have that debate, then it's all about the convenience, the speed, and the cost of both alternatives. Mostly Sukuks are rated instruments. So when we're talking about higher ratings, then the availability of debt finance, Sharia compliant debt finance, is always there, and perhaps at times quicker than the time it takes for a Sukuk to be underwritten, to actually come into existence from the date of origination. That speed has to come down to make that part, make it indifferent for an issuer or a borrower to say, oh, I think a Sukuk issuance is okay, and we won't go to the borrowing alternative. Then comes the cost added to that, cost of borrowing versus the cost of issuance. And both of those issues run in tandem for every issuer. I can give you an example. When way back, TFCs were introduced as a way of borrowing for corporate sector, the first issuer of the TFC really didn't want to issue the TFC, but they said, okay, let's get we'll do it to get the market started. I'm talking about it in the 90s. Some issuers can do that. And and people like K Electric and Engro have also that they're running out of, they've borrowed enough from the banking system, they can look at alternatives. But for an average borrower in Pakistan, there are very few borrowers who run into that wall where, or if you want to say that, where they're running out of banking sector exposure or availability, good borrowers. And it is always that debate that also has to be kept in mind.
It's also the rating and the brand value of the organization, that comes into play. So thank you very much. I think we are running out of time.
Faraz, I just want to add, because Farrukh is also here, and I'm sure he could influence these things as well. Until 31st of December, we had a devil around, which was called ADR, asset deposit ratio, right? In which banks, we all know what banks did at that time, including National Bank, all of us. So, there was this problem of financing ratio versus deposit. Now, if we invest in an Engro Sukuk or a small company Sukuk, that is regarded as an investment and not as a borrowing. Now, the asset deposit ratio, although the government has done away with that by charging 5% to close the devil in the locker, but it can come out anytime. So that definition of financing must include unsecured, non-government, non-sovereign sukuk as well. Otherwise, this market would never develop. Because, if I take out my Mizan Bank, why would we take a risk of giving money to, which company you say you're from? Sorry? MacPac. Why would we give money in sukuk to MacPac when it will be an investment? We should tell MacPac, okay, take money from us on a straight borrowing basis because it'll be safer for us. So I think that should be neutralized on that. So maybe something for you to evaluate as well.
Assalamu alaikum. मेरा एक सवाल है. I think I'm sorry, my apologies. I know that every one of you has got a lot of questions, but since we are running short of time, this is what I wanted to indicate beforehand. Since we are running short of time, my sincere apologies, but all of them are here during the lunchtime as well. So if you would like to converse with any one of them, so including myself, we are all available. So thank you very much for the time that you have all taken. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a very, very insightful session. I would now like to request Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi to please come on stage to present the certificates to our moderator and our panelists, starting with Mr. Syed Faraz Anwar, Partner Advisory and Consulting at PwC Pakistan. Mr. Rehmat Ali Hasni, President and Chief Executive Officer, National Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Irfan Siddiqui, Founding President and Chief Executive Officer at Mizan Bank. Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka Bank Pakistan. Mr. Basir Shamsi, President and Chief Executive Officer of JS Bank. Can we have everyone assemble for the group photograph? Farhan, if you could please come forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now be breaking for Zuhur and lunch, and I would request all of you to come back to the hall at 1:45. We have a mosque in the compound, so those of you wanting to pray can go and pray in the mosque. Samra, cards, cards.
Hello, hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Check 1 2 3. 3 2 1. Hello, 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 hello. Testing 1 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Check 1 3. Hello, 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 hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1 3. Hello, 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 hello. Testing 1 3. Hello, hello.
Ladies, Assalamu alaikum.
Rest of the sessions. Before we move on to our second session, our second panel discussion, we have the privilege of hearing from our keynote speaker. It is an honor to invite Mr. Farrukh Sabzwari, Chief Executive Officer of the Pakistan Stock Exchange, to the stage. With extensive expertise and leadership in Pakistan's financial sector, Mr. Sabzwari will share his insights on the evolving role of Sukuk in advancing sustainable development and its significance for Pakistan's economy. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. When I joined the exchange, उसके कोई एक हफ्ते बाद ही 100,000 points touch कर गया market, and ever since then, everywhere I go, I feel like I'm the center of attention. Like there was so much work cut out for the PSX, और मैंने नहीं किया. So thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the stage. I'm glad Irfan Siddiqui Saab mentioned a few things that we discussed when I was there to see him a couple of days ago. And I'm so glad he mentioned I was there to see him a couple of days ago. And the reason I was there to see him was exactly the topic here today, which was the Sukuk market or uski development. So the truth be told, PSX पे इस वक्त 2 trillion के sukuk listed हैं, which is the government ijara sukuk. Unfortunate reality is liquid नहीं है. They don't trade. But we've made some major changes to try and encourage people to trade. तो अगर मुझसे सवाल किया जाता है, and this is a discussion we have around the table, even at the PSX, how do we make them liquid? It's not an easy one because ये वो instrument है जिसके पीछे बहुत सारी liquidity parked है. And once you own the instrument, then I don't think people are looking to part ways with it. So हमारा challenge जो है PSX का भी है and corporate sector का भी है. इन्होंने mention किया corporate sector में privately placed sukuks तो हैं या privately placed paper ज़रूर है. बट जो पब्लिक तक आते आते इतनी ऑनरस हैं आपकी रेगुलेशन दैट यू डोंट हैव लिस्टेड सुकूक्स और दैट स्पेस इज काइंड ऑफ एम्प्टी. तो वी आर काइंड ऑफ अवेयर नंबर्स. पहले मैं ग्लोबल ज़रा नंबर्स जस्ट टू पुट दिस इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट where Pakistan stands from a global perspective. $200 billion is the number of issuance, which is expected this year. And the total outstanding stock of debt is about $1 trillion. Top 3 countries, you will find एक musical chairs का game है, जिसमें यही top 3 होती हैं: Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. So in terms of issuance, Malaysia tops the list at the moment with 30% issuance. 80% of these are Fitch rated US dollar Sukuks are investment grade. And as I said, majority or 25% from the GCC. So Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan. PSX की अपनी journey on Sukuks started, in fact, Pakistan's own journey started in 2005 with the first government Sukuk, which is a $600 million Sukuk. Fast forward, PSX own journey started end of 2023, which is when the first Sukuk was launched. This वक्त, as I said before, 2 trillion worth of paper is listed. The reason I was in the Mizan Bank CEO chairman office was the fact that इस वक्त participant banks, although 5 or 6 of them have enlisted with us to complete the paperwork, the fact of the matter is none of them are enlisted as participants for now. So we have 2 trillion worth of paper, but participants, which is the banks, which is 70% or more of where they're parked, not really on board, but hopefully in the next week or 2, we will see them being part and parcel of the process. एक दो चीजें I think it's important for people to know. Evolution में PSX को क्यों choose किया गया? Obviously, efficient, transparent ecosystem है, capital market. Track holders, 192 odd of them, which bring a client base of about 360 odd thousand. I'm not proud of this number, but it is the fact of the matter. 360 odd thousand investors हैं जो equity market में active हैं या at least account रखते हैं to participate. Truth of the matter also is track holders में जो sales team है, they are more used to selling equities. And hence my insistence to the team when we were launching this, तो एक आपको नजर आएगा CAT screen पे एक terminology which is BNB. So it's on your front CAT screen. Again, this is also new. And the reason it's new is because we are so used to playing equities कि किसी ने सोचा नहीं कि इसको पहले पेज पे डालो तो ताकि जब वॉल्यूम हो तो नजर तो आए. तो it's unfortunate कई बार वॉल्यूम नहीं होता तो वो भी नजर आता है. But BNB ticker is now on the front page of the CAT screen, which shows you the index and how it's doing, etc. Also, my biggest grouse was as an equity salesman, बहुत मुश्किल होता है to sell debt, especially when you don't understand what you're selling. तो हमने कहा YTM का calculator तो सामने लगा होना चाहिए ताकि for each of transaction or to make that pitch to an investor. अभी भी सबसे बड़ा issue, the biggest issue again, which is also being discussed by the panel here, is awareness education. Privately placed paper भी है, उसमें भी यही मसला है. लोग कहते हैं कि जी your public sector or to come to the public with your disclosure regulations, etc. are too onerous. When you actually sit down with them across the table and you explain to them how it works and make the process easy for them to understand, they do jump to your side. And I think, which is why I keep saying awareness, education, ये एक missing link है. Banks ने शायद थोड़ा बहुत काम किया हो, brokers ने भी थोड़ा बहुत काम किया, but clearly a lot more of that is needed. Our long-term plan was that if hopefully once this government paper is a little more liquid, you can convince it's much easier sales pitch for the privately placed paper to jump on board. And this is a much more difficult pitch because of the illiquidity of the government paper. When you go to a private paper and ask them to list. I know the chairman in his address in the morning said he would look at the onerousness of the issue details as well. So if there's any tweak that we need to make, we will do that with the SECP. I think the bottom line is सबको मेहनत करनी है और सबको एक साथ मेहनत करनी है, चाहे वो banks हो. I know for the longest time the brokers have been anti-banks getting direct access. Now they have direct access. So the banks can trade amongst themselves on the PSX screen without using a track holder. So they have that limited ability. उसके बावजूद अभी भी काम नहीं हो रहा, but I'm assuming over time, once the participant accounts, there's also a time where they were uncomfortable with CDC. So it's been a bit of a bump up in terms of awareness, even for the banks, of how the PSX works, how efficient the trading system is, and how efficient the background institutions are that handle the infrastructure, whether it's the central depository that manages trillions of deposits, or it is the NCCPL, which is your counterparty for every trade. I'm being told sustainable pay, there is clearly some work going on within government circles on the Sukuk, on a green Sukuk. So that's a good soundbite coming from the government of Pakistan. Tomorrow, and in fact today and tomorrow, there's a sustainable OICCI climate conference as well, where they're awarding people who've done quality work on a number of parameters. So clearly sustainable finance seems to be the topic of the day in various conferences. इस वक्त total issuance, I thought I'd just mention internationally, is about $12 billion, and total outstanding Sukuk is about $45 odd billion. Top countries, don't need me to repeat, but Saudi Arabia with 40 odd percent, 30% Indonesia. Pakistan and where we stand, top 10 countries from a global warming perspective and the impact. Critical challenge, Paris Agreement pledges really no funding or very limited funding. So the financing gap, as per data available on Refinitiv, in terms of SDGs in Pakistan, is a staggering $60 odd billion. So clearly PSX, the corporate sector or the corporate listed sector, has a big role to play. I think in one of the panels, there was discussion about the potential of securing green Sukuk for the manufacturing and distribution of solar panels and inverters, which obviously support local industry and help foreign exchange. Having said all of the above, I think from a PSX perspective, every product I touch, I mean, literally, whether it's the GEM board, I don't even know if many people are aware that there is a startup board at the PSX, and it's called the GEM board. So startup boards in, for example, India or in China are extremely, extremely successful. So I'm assuming everybody knows the Prime Minister was visiting the PSX to celebrate the 100,000 points. And I did mention that unless there is a potential tax incentive to bring people onto the listed sector, I think we'll have a very difficult pitch. The easier part now for the PSX, and we've had this struggle for a while, I mean, it's been a 7 odd years or 6 odd years of a downturn, at least in the equity market. So this asset class has just woken up from a long, long slumber. The conversation around listings is a very difficult conversation, especially when PEs are sub 2 times. Now that they're north of 5 times, we think the discussion of a listing from some of these small business players is clearly a better discussion than it has been for the last. So as I said, the PSX is busy straightening out or taking at a number of things, one of which is sustainable Sukuks or the Sukuk market and the liquidity or illiquidity of the Sukuk instruments that the government has already listed on the PSX. The GEM board, the fact that it is the startup board, but very little awareness or education has gone into it. Listings is an old topic, but we're kind of literally going door to door, asking people what their grouse is or what their issues are, and what can help them take the next leg up in terms of listing. I mentioned debt already. Even in terms of ETFs, which is the exchange traded funds, their illiquidity is also front and center of the issues that we need to deal with at PSX. I can really go on and go on and on what our strategy is going to be. Leave you with one thought, which is something I've repeated in every conference I've spoken at. We cannot really do this alone. So my message to everybody is, if you have ideas on how to improve, because the topic is sustainable sukuks, or how to bring privately placed paper onto the public platforms. If you have ideas, anything to do with sustainability, you have ideas on the GEM board, live, anything, startups, how to get more investors in the bag, etc., etc. The PSX is open for business. So please come to us, talk to us, let us know where we can do better, because clearly there's a lot of for us. Thank you very much again, AlBaraka Forum, for inviting me to speak at this gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our panel discussion now. Our second panel discussion for today is titled Sukuk, National and International Experiences and Best Practices. And for this, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Farhan ul Haq Usmani, Executive Vice President and Head of Sharia Audit and Advisory at Mizan Bank Limited. He will be the moderator for today's session. The speakers for this session are Mr. Azhar Aslam, Chief Executive Officer, Group Islamic Banking, Standard Chartered Bank. May I please request you to join me on stage? Mr. Ijlal Ahmed Alvi, Chief Executive Officer, International Islamic Financial Market. Mr. Imtiaz Ghadar, Chief Executive Officer, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. And Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, Professor of Finance, University of New Orleans.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasulih al-Kareem. Thank you so very much, honorable speakers and panelists. Since morning, we have been having a great discussion regarding the option of evaluating Sukuk as a tool for the sustainable economic development and growth. And in this regard, we have an amazing panel here. We have Mr. Azhar Aslam Saab, who is the country head of Islamic Banking SADC Governance Head Center and North at Standard Chartered Bank. We have Mr. Ijlal Alvi, a very experienced banker and international finance personality, who is the Chief Executive Officer of International Islamic Financial Market. Then we have Mr. Imtiaz Ghadar, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Al Mizan Investment Management Limited, which is Pakistan's largest asset management company. And then, last but not the least, we have Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, who is the
because you want to conform to the conventional rating. So we compromise on many Sharia issues. Yield comparisons, they are almost equivalent, but I was told in Pakistan, the Sukuk rate 100 to 200 basis points lower. Now default rates is roughly the same. Now the challenge in the current Sukuk market, the regulatory harmonization, varying local, legal and Sharia standards across jurisdictions can show cross-border issuance, as mentioned by Pakistan Stock Exchange Chairman, Chief Executive Officer. How do you attract the GCC pool of money or the people in Pakistan is sitting in different parts of the world? Limited secondary market liquidity, investors buy and hold, that's another problem, headache for you. Innovation gaps, emerging needs like fintech-based Sukuk or sustainability Sukuk, you name a green Sukuk, yellow Sukuk, require robust research and standard setting for broader adoption. Here comes the educational infrastructure. It's very much important. The numbers are growing. If you look at Islamic finance education providers are increased from 880 to 1,007. The Islamic finance degree is also increasing. In-person events like AlBaraka Forum is also increasing, but online is decreasing because of the less of restriction, the COVID. There is a lot of papers has been written, academic paper, PhD thesis has been written, and so on. But still, there is a university industry skill gap. What the industry wants, we do not actually provide them. And that comes from technical knowledge, from Sharia expertise, market understanding, risk analysis, and innovation capacity. So shortage in Sharia structuring expertise, stronger quantitative skill is very much lacking. Emphasis need for cross-disciplinary knowledge is so. I always say that new brand of Islamic finance scholar will be 3-in-1, Sharia, modus operandi, and IT. Because without this, you really cannot move forward. So what has been the consequences of this unaddressed skill gaps? There has been reduced innovation. Without advanced modeling or Sharia expertise, new Sukuk structures, hybrid ESG Sukuk may stagnate. And if you look at the innovation in the Sukuk spectrum, is not happening that much. Compliance risk, improperly trained staff can lead to Sharia non-compliance or legal disputes. And the market dispute confidence, investor trust may wane if issuers and arrangers cannot consistently adhere to best practices. So what are the strategies to mitigate the skill gap? Curriculum enhancement, incorporate advanced module on financial engineering, blockchain, ESG factors in Islamic finance degrees. Professional development, promote continued education through certificates like AUFI, IIFM, and executive programs. Internship and apprenticeship require hands-on Sukuk projects in collaboration with local or international financial institutions. Research grants and labs, establish dedicated Sukuk labs within universities focusing on product design, market simulation, and compliance risk assessment. So I would ask students go to Pakistan Stock Exchange, Security Exchange Commission, they should provide this thing. Now, innovation, we talk about sustainable growth that very much related to education, product innovation, Greek Sukuk initiative, social impact Sukuk, technology-enabled structure, market infrastructure, like for example, digital transform trading platforms, smart contract implementation, blockchain-based issuance, and risk management. We need a different way of hedging risk in the Islamic finance contract because Islamic finance product are not this conventional finance. So we teach to our students what we teach in a conventional ecosystem. So we really all need to also improve that as well. So we need to really strengthen our research and development. Funding has to be there so the curriculum will be developed. Promote cross-border collaboration. And in order to do this, we have to have the FICI harmonization because Malaysia, if you want to Malaysian investor to come in and Pakistan was going there, we have to do that. Expand tech-focused curriculum. Incorporate modules like sustainability, Islamic finance degree program must incorporate this technical skill, and this is very much missing. Integrate ESG principle, this is a buzzword right now, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Last two slides. So what I suggest is strengthen university industry collaboration,
establish joint research labs and industry-sponsored chairs focusing on emerging Sukuk structures, ESG framework and fintech applications, facilitate internship and apprenticeship programs so students gain real-life experience in Sukuk issuance, risk management, and product development, enhance curricular design, incorporate advanced modules on financial engineering, Sharia governance, ESG principle, and fintech like blockchain within the Islamic finance degrees, develop multidisciplinary case studies reflecting cross-border Sukuk transactions to cultivate practical skills and good market awareness, promote innovation and sustainable finance, encourage research grants and competitive scholarships that target green Sukuk, social impact Sukuk, and other ESG compliant instruments. Align academic programs and university research centers with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to foster responsible long-term growth. Cross-skill gaps via specialized training, offer professional certification in collaboration with AOFI, AO, IIFM, IFSB. We have Mr. Ijaz Albi is here, that address the Sharia law, financial modeling, and compliance, provide tech-focused workshops and digital simulation platforms, allowing students to design and issue Sukuk in virtual environment. Strengthen global regulatory harmonization. Universities should host regular dialogues with regulators and standard-setting bodies to share research outcomes and streamline Sharia governance. Pursue cross-border academic alliances that unify curriculum standards, thereby reducing fragmentation in international Sukuk issuance. So we have harmonization, standardization is very much needed. Foster a culture of continuous learning. Encourage lifelong learning initiatives, executive education programs, online courses to keep professionals updated on new Sukuk products and market trends. Integrate digital accreditation platforms that recognize micro-credentials, ensuring ongoing skill upgrades in a rapidly evolving finance landscape. And as a visiting professor of Hamid D. Habib Chair at IBA Karachi, I am given the task of designing few classes for the undergrad that will make the minor and they can really go to the job market. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair, Professor Kabir. And the recommendation that you have discussed, I'm happy to share that in Pakistan, alhamdulillah, the Islamic financial industry is already addressing and catering to a few of those suggestions already, especially the linkages between the industry and academia. Alhamdulillah, we have multiple examples of these kind of collaborations here, which inshallah will be fostering for the Islamic financial growth in Pakistan. Now, moving on to our next speaker, if I may request Mr. Azhar Aslam, who is the country head of Islamic Banking, SADC, to present his presentation on the topic Global Overview on the International Sukuk and Debt Market from the experience of a Standard Chartered Bank. Azhar Aslam, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for waiting patiently after lunch. What's happening in Pakistan, what's happening in sustainable Sukuk space, the journey that Pakistan financial ecosystem is, alhamdulillah, going through since April 2022 with the historic Federal Sharia Court judgment that came through almost 3 years ago. What I'm here to talk about is how we can bring global best practices from our international experience. Alhamdulillah, Standard Chartered Bank is the only international bank in Pakistan with its license to have Islamic banking operations. And we have been trying to play a thought leadership role in facilitating this journey that Pakistan ecosystem has been for the last 30 years or so. Can I have the Before I start, I just want to give you an overview of where Standard Chartered stands globally. Standard Chartered is the leading US dollar Sukuk provider on the league table for the last 10 years, on the US dollar Sukuk league table. A lot of numbers have been quoted, so I won't go into details, but just to give context, in 2024, approximately $119 billion of fresh Sukuks were issued globally, out of which $82 billion were issued in GCC, up from $56 billion in 2023. Sustainable finance Sukuks globally, fresh issuances were $45 billion, increase of 23% over 2023. And over the next 5 years or so, the annual issuance of global Sukuks is expected to increase to $500 billion, annual issuances, which is circa $200 billion as we speak. The total global debt is $133 trillion. So Sukuks is a very small fraction today, but as a number of speakers have mentioned in their presentations, it's a growing market, and it's a market which is increasingly providing Sharia compliant solutions to sovereigns, to private sector, to public sector, and FIs across the globe. When I move forward in my presentations, I'll show you some case studies where we even have made and facilitated issuance of Sukuks for countries like Singapore and United Kingdom. So on the summary of Sukuk structures, in Pakistan, as most of you know, there is widely used one Sukuk structure, which is Ijara-based structure, which has been the case for sovereign primarily. But globally, there are at least 6 more variants. These are broad 6 variants that they exist. One is a combination of Mudaraba and Murabaha, which is a tradable security structure. Second one is Wakala Sukuk, which is a combination of Ijara, commodity Murahaba. Again, a tradable security structure. Then Wakala Sukuk of Ijara and project assets. We have spoken since morning, some speakers have spoken about funding being available for long-term projects that the government or private sector may be setting up in Pakistan. Again, this is a long-term tradable security. There's a Wakala Sukuk on Ijara, government services, and commodity Murahaba. Fifth one is the Wakala Sukuk, which is basically based on rights to travel services. I was told over lunch by a senior colleague that recently a leading telecom provider has used this structure in Pakistan for a Sukuk issuance. And last but not the least is the Salam Sukuk, which is a short-term but non-tradable security structure. So I'll give you a color on what's happening globally. 3-4 markets which are leading Sukuk issuance markets globally. Saudi Arabia, because of the mere size and scale of the economy, has been leading the way in terms of their domestic Sukuk program. Their Ministry of Finance, which is equivalent of our Ministry of Finance in Pakistan, has come through a national debt management. The center was established in 2017, and they've come with the local Sukuk issuance program, which is the first local Sukuk program established in the Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it provides up to 30 years tenors of Sukuks issued in Saudi Arabia in local currency. This Sukuk structure is based on Mudaraba plus commodity Murahaba, and 67% of the issuance proceeds invested by the SPV under Mudaraba will remain proceeds applied towards commodity Mudaraba. So it's a combination of commodity Murahaba and Mudaraba structure with 67% commodity Murahaba structure on underlying. In addition to the local Sukuk program, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also have an international Sukuk program, which is again a combination of Mudaraba and commodity Murahaba. And this issuance, up to 51% of the proceeds are structured under the commodity Mudaraba structure. Moving on, UAE is another market where we have been actively facilitating issuance of Sukuks. Again, there is a domestic Sukuk program and there's an international Sukuk program with the help of the UAE Central Bank. And this structure has also been widely used for both local and international sukuks that the government of UAE has issued. Moving on, Bahrain. As you know, Bahrain has emerged as an international center of Islamic banking with IOFI headquartered in Bahrain. And there is a Salam Sukuk structure, which is a short-term Sukuk structure for up to 3 months. In Pakistan, the shortest tenor Sukuk that exists for the sovereign is 1 year. And to have a profit yield curve equivalent to the interest rate yield curve, it's imperative that we have 3, 6 month, 1, 3, and 6 month Sukuk issuance as well. And again, this is a structure that can be replicated in Pakistan if you want to issue shorter sovereign Sukuks. There is a repo mechanism underlying this structure as well, and there is a clearing and settlement system which can be used in Pakistan also. This again resonates with the various discussions that we've had since morning on how to develop the local domestic Sukuk market to convert the 40 trillion rupee circa government debt that exists in Pakistan on the conventional basis. As most of you know, government of Pakistan is the biggest borrower. And unless there is a robust program based on a combination of various structures used globally, it will be very difficult to convert. And if I may repeat what Irfan Saab said, it may be almost impossible to convert the entire financial ecosystem if we do not convert the government debt over the next 3 years. Malaysia is slightly different, but a very robust Sukuk market. There is an interbank money market was established by the Bank Negara, and they have the leading local currency Sukuk issuer globally for their local market, both for the sovereign and private sector. And they've used some innovative structures, for example, rights to travel. There are vouchers which are used as rights to travels for services that they use. And it's a combination of Ijara, government services, and commodity Murahaba investment. It's an innovative structure, very widely used in Malaysia, and one of the structures which maybe over a period of time we can use in Pakistan also. What we really need to see is that how various stakeholders, ministry, the government, central bank, academia, scholars, bankers, all come together and use these various structures over the next few years to convert the debt that exists in Pakistan. Indonesia is another market which they have called, they call the Sukuk Negara. This was debuted in 2008. The statutory bills, they call them, are used for local Islamic finance, market development, and cash management tenor up to 6 months. This is the short-term tenor Sukuk that they have. And these Sukuk structures are again used for both domestic and international programs. Some case studies very quickly in interest of time. So government of Pakistan, as you all know, we've been talking about it since morning, that they have an Ijara Sukuk structure that exists in Pakistan. This was initiated in 2008, and over the last almost 17 years, a lot of work has been done in this space. But this has its limitations in terms of how many assets can be used for a Sukuk program in Pakistan. Then there is a UAE AED denominated multi-year trust certificate, which has a maturity, which was issued in 2023. And again, we have worked very closely with the Debt Management Office of UAE to get this Sukuk structure issued. This is based on Ijara and Murahaba structure. There's a Sultanate of Oman Sukuk, again, a sovereign Sukuk, which is on 100% Ijara. As I said in the beginning, these are markets which have Islamic finance to be dominant. But Standard Chartered Bank, through their global office, has structured Sukuks even for countries like UK. And this was part of the 5-year fixed rate Sukuk that was issued in 2014. This was again based on 100% Ijara. We've also issued a Sukuk for the government of Singapore. This was again based on Ijara, and this was for the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Last but not least, I would like to highlight a challenge that exists globally, which is a brewing challenge, which is the Standard 62, for which feedback has been given to IOFI. I consider that this is a forum where from Pakistan, we should also give this feedback that we need to be pragmatic in terms of implementation of the standard 62. That standard really what requires is moving of assets from the balance sheet of the issuer, which has its own challenges in terms of whether that can be done in terms of having the asset moved from the balance sheet of the issuer. There are repossession risk involved, pricing risk involved, and most importantly, this can seriously limit the growth of Sukuk program in global markets, including Pakistan. I would also like to highlight that the work that we have been doing with the Ministry of Finance and the State Bank of Pakistan on a hybrid Sukuk structure for Pakistan conversion of debt. So over the last 12 months or so, we have had various conversations with stakeholders in Pakistan, along with the International Commodity Murahaba platform, to see how best we can replicate the best practices from other markets. Those discussions are now in final stages, and there are stakeholders from across the industry at this forum, and therefore I would request them to please facilitate the approvals that are required to get this going in the next few weeks or so. Last but not least is the Green Sukuk program that we have been facilitating, the Government of Pakistan and the State Bank. So we have had various conversations with State Bank of Pakistan on sustainable finance and sustainable Sukuk program, and we have been replicating these possibilities of bringing sustainable finance solutions to Pakistan over the last few years by having thought leadership programs along with the government and leading FIs in Pakistan. My only request in the end is that this is a long journey. This has to be embraced. And this requires support from all stakeholders, not necessarily in this order, but starting from bankers, academia, regulator, Sharia scholars, legal counsels, and last but not the least, clients. Until and unless the clients are educated and we hold their hand in terms of this transformation, they will be hesitant and they will be reluctant to accept solutions which are Sharia compliant. And in order to make this a sustainable conversion, we need to make sure that we provide solutions which are bespoke solutions for every client, especially wholesale bank clients. Because each client would have their own needs, and therefore it's people in this room and wider industry bodies which have to work together closely to make sure that we can make this happen over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Azhar Aslam Saab, for the overview of the global Sukuk issue. Now, if I may request Mr. Ijlal Ahmed Alvi, who is the Chief Executive Officer at International Islamic Financial Markets from Bahrain, and his topic of discussion would be the impact of standardized Sukuk in enhancing the global financial markets. Mr. Ijlal Alvi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First, thank you to AlBaraka Forum for inviting me from Bahrain. And it's indeed a pleasure to be here in the home country. I have not visited for some time, but doesn't mean that we are not really attached with Pakistan. And we have been, working with State Bank also. I have a main role, as you know, is developing standard documentation, which we have been doing for the last 16, 17 years. And alhamdulillah, we have produced 19 standards, including Sukuk. And I think some of the things that you have mentioned, which I think in terms of the Sukuk, I will mention a few other things other than standards. We do, apart from standards, also our Sukuk report. So some of the numbers being mentioned, I will not go over, but few things I've noticed which I will mention. Main thing when you are looking into standardize is really the process. And I will cover the 62 also. Is how you develop your standards, and alhamdulillah our standards are now some of them which are more in the hedging side also. Liquid are there for 15 years, and of course as a standard setting you have to review also sometime, but the way the process is we don't need to really change anything. That is important. We keep track as a standard. And the starting point for any standard in our experience is looking at, your consultative phase, where you basically see what are the issues. Of course, you don't take any product. Repo is mentioned, which is a different product, but difficult for Islamic. We have alternative, which you have mentioned. I think that can be used in Pakistan. But that's the starting point. So if you have a red line, naturally you don't go in that direction. You continue to work. But if there is something which alternative is there for scholars in particular to see industry, that's how we move. So consultative phase is one which is our starting point. And that's where we streamline. If you see our recent paper, you'll see on our website is on the syndication documentation. Sukuk, we have done some years back. And at that time, this is 2008. I think one thing which I don't want to, sort of raise a red flag, but we also at that time, because the Sukuk default didn't happen till the financial crisis. And at that time, there was, a lot of talk about, how Sukuk legally will behave. What would be the Sharia reasoning, whether you have, asset, you can reach the assets, and, what would be the case. It was also at that time we saw, because you have international Sukuk issuances, 4 main segments. Government is about 55% globally. About 29 currencies is being issued. And then you have sort of corporate, which is still, I think, globally also, apart from Malaysia, it's not really that grown yet. You have quasi-sovereign, and there you have to see, transparency when you do any standard is very important. So you have basically quasi-sovereign, which could be explicit government guarantee or implicit. And these things were highlighted when you are sort of, doing it. So creation of transparency is critical. Your sort of issues which you tackle in the standard is the next phase, which you do. Of course, with our sort of, we are infrastructure institution, only development reasoning. We are created by central banks, including IDB. And our whole role is to develop the, industry, and unification is the key. So we sort of look into, working with everybody, like you mentioned, for standard setting bodies is critical. Once we have our, funding side is done, that what we do, and banks, inshallah, will be, joining in this process of, our standard we develop. We do a market, and we always have these standards are very high quality. So these international banks, like Chartered Bank is one of our board member also, your global head. We sort of look at a very high quality, which can be used, by international market, by international banks, including Islamic, and jurisdictionally also. So we have a working group, which we hire an international law firm. We have very special arrangement with these big law firms because the quality has to be good. We have our own Sharia board and some common scholars with the OFI. We circulate 3 drafts for consultation. So in Pakistan market also, I would like to see that institution come forward, provide us the comment when the draft come. So they can sort of, when we do the initial draft, we know what is available. In some cases, some bespoke agreements are available, or documentation or border confirmation. So we take it from there, 3 draft from the industry, and then we go to our Sharia board, which is the final authority. You have AOFI. We don't duplicate, but we see AOFI, the general sort of, I think it's Sukuk 17, I think they have previous standard, if I'm correct to say. So that's what sort of, if it is there, if the new standard is being talked, then we see that we use as a basis. But there are a number of things which I will briefly mention. We need to also see from our Sharia in that case. So once we sort of go through that process, it could take us, and we have institutions who work with us, so it's not something we work in isolation. It's important, once you finish, there are sort of implementation is there. People can take it, institution can take it, even some corporate can also, and others. And what we sort of seen that, with this exercise, with the practical approach also in place, our standard, as you would know, alhamdulillah, are, quite widely used in various jurisdictions. And in terms of the Sukuk, we have 2 documentation standards. in Sukuk. One is Ijara Sukuk documentation, other is Tier 1 Mudaraba. So what you have in the sort of, as I was saying, you have four main sort of issuers. Other one which I didn't mention was the FI. In Pakistan, you have not issued any Mudaraba Tier 1, I think, as of yet, in local market. In international market, there's been issued, dollar-based also, Sukuk. FI generally are doing the Mudaraba now, and there is no, as you know, in the Mudaraba, we don't have any guarantee. It has to be sort of taken as equity or a COSA equity. In international market, just for information, there was Credit Suisse issue, which was there in 22, 23. And the Swiss court took entire T1 Sukuk as, nothing was paid to the holders, $17 billion. So that wasn't the conventional. But we have seen, less Sukuk issuances or very few from, Abu Dhabi Islamic input did issue 23 Tier 1 Sukuk in dollar market. But it was mostly domestic issuance that's still happening. So it has not really affected. And that's another area which maybe in Pakistan can be seen also. And Tier 1, what you have is when you develop, and we talked about asset-based, asset-backed. And in my humble opinion, I've seen, previous when I was in the bank, you have two different segments. Asset-based meet the different requirement. You title transfer, you have to have a registration, there's a cost. You cannot really just sort of, that's why a beneficial interest, as per, my understanding and with the scholars we work and others, it's not haram something. It is beneficial interest is there. You have beneficial ownership. And that's how, I would say about 100% Sukuks are on that basis. Having said that, you develop the asset-backed also. That is fine. We can do documentation, inshallah. But that is to be kept in mind. When we are doing, we have to see, how practically it will work. Here also you have beneficial difference, as was mentioned by the professor. One of the differences that you need to have underlying assets, right? Either you can have services, as we mentioned, either you have tangible assets, you have intangible assets. So there are various, options available on which Sukuks are issued. So our Tier 1, what you have to see, when you have, assign any asset, could be segregated assets or it could be commingled. Generally, it is commingled when you do. And commingled, you cannot segregate things. So that element, to see the seniority within your capital structure, that has to be also looked at by, maybe issuer can make it transparent or investors, that information should be available. So that's one of the things in the Mudaraba Sukuk, which in particular, in terms of the ranking, we have sort of highlighted. When it's come to, and there are three documents what we have issued. So there is a prospectus there for perpetual Sukuk. There is a master Mudaraba agreement, Mudaraba is said so many times that my mind is, it is not really, it is over-reliance in some cases. We have, I will mention where Mudaraba is used mostly, if you allow me. A few minutes I will inshallah mention with our experience. So you have, master Mudaraba agreement, and you have declaration of trust. So these are the three documents which you can use in basically putting together your Sukuk. So we have provided that basis for you to do. In Sukuk, one thing is there in some extent, most of our standard, banks take it and they can sort of within that assess with their legal, Sharia, and market and operational department, and or central banks can do the same and can use it and they can sign. Sukuk in particular, the difference when we were doing it, we made it clear also that you cannot really standardize the entire Sukuk, documentation. You will not know what kind of assets would be there. So these are some of the things in Sukuk you have to work either with, of course, with the lawyers, with the banks, with arrangers. So this is one difference in Sukuk. So we have three in case of Mudaraba, which is not much documentation wise, and it helps if you have, because often it's said that there is a cost attached to Sukuk, in terms of documentation. So we are providing that. So to help the industry, markets, and Pakistan also. In Ijara, we have 7 documentation. So that includes your prospectus, your lease agreement, your sale and purchase agreement, because Ijara, you can provide undertaking, you can guarantee, right? Unlike Mudaraba. So you have purchase undertaking, you have a service agency agreement, you have a purchase undertaking, so there is a sale, purchase, sale, substitute. If you want to substitution assets, what would be the case? And we have clearly from our Sharia said that it has to be tangible assets. Some cases it could be, for some reason, I think it is fair to say that you can use financial assets also in some cases in Ijara. It does happen. But from our Sharia, it's just guidance is that it's tangible assets. And then what you have to see when Ijara, especially if it's an, machinery, for example, so what would be the total loss? So that is also one thing which one has to see. And from our standard, 70%, if it is economically not performing and you have a, let's say fire, God forbid, then you basically, it is total loss event. Few things, if you allow me, I will just mention in terms of the international Sukuk issuances. Your Sukuk, basically given the importance internationally, as of IFSB 23, and we also collect data from different jurisdictions, including Pakistan. So our report was 13th edition November, and some of the numbers matches. So we sort of looked at it. IFSB also issues stability report. So industry size was 3.23 trillion. Sukuk is around 25% of that, around, as per our calculation, about $880 billion. Now could be reaching trillion, as said. What you have also in terms of the Sukuk, different structures. You have, short-term Sukuk and mostly domestic jurisdictions. There was an adjustment by Malaysia in 2015 because they used to have Sukuk short-term for 3 months, 6 months, or up to 1 year in investment purposes also. So they were using maybe some other structure. They moved to purely for liquidity management. Since then, other countries have joined. So at that time, there was a drop. And I always, when I present, I mention that this drop is nothing wrong with the market. It was not 2008 situation when the market nearly stopped. It was due to strategic decision by a major jurisdiction. They decided to do short-term Sukuk for only liquidity management. And I think here also you need short-term Sukuk. And that is really something which you need to have. And they moved to a structure of Murabaha. So that is not tradable, but they sort of, decided that. So sometime if you don't have alternative, you move. My sort of, we always say that you have to reduce the over-reliance. That's the first step. Because in some cases, if you have 40 trillion in Pakistan, in the conventional, it is a huge amount. So you have to have different sort of options available for you to use different structure. Previously, when Hong Kong issued some years back, Ijara was the only sovereigns were issuing only Ijara. Then over the years, we have seen now sovereigns move to Wakala to provide that. It was mentioned in the morning also, asset light. So that is also, I think, to continue the industry in a move. Our Mashaykh, mashallah, they have reasoning. They know, what they are approving. So that is also we have seen. We have also seen in terms of structures that domestically, like I said, Murahaba could be more, but internationally it is more Wakala, and it could be pure hybrid, different structures as mentioned in our report is there. And I mentioned about short term, what could be the case. It could be, in some cases, very limited musharaka structures are there. And we use very few project financing where it is involved in the Sasna contract. And that's, I think, area which one has to see. What I think interesting things, there are two things I would like to mention before I, end, which would be helpful, inshallah, is from Bahrain perspective. Bahrain is the first issuer of short-term Sukuk way back in 2006 or 2002. And then till 2008, they were issuing in dollar. Then they stopped. They are now issuing in domestic currency, which is BD. ILM, the name is a little different. We are different. They issue the domestic, international Sukuk, high quality, around $13 to $14 billion each year in the short term. They are the only one if somebody, banks want to buy a dollar Sukuk, the ILM is the only one. So, and then sort of what we have seen in terms of short-term sukuk issuances, countries like Indonesia, Turkey, their small companies are issuing sukuk for, I've seen up to $500,000. Very small size, could be wakala structure, and these are 3 months, 6 months, up to 1 year. It could be SMEs, very small, entities, and they're, doing it fairly good job. So these are regular issuances, and we have seen these issuances, across the board. It could be something in sustainable way also. In Turkey, there is one agriculture-based issued. There are on the blockchain, also IT, we have seen issuances from Indonesia. So that's another good thing. In Bahrain, what we have is auction, like in Pakistan you have, but not in the Islamic. Is, when the auction comes, now bank has made the arrangement, ABC Islamic, I can quote them, is that they have given option to small depositor. Then when the bid comes, on the auction comes, you basically can go up to $2,500 only. So depositor have the option, if the rate of deposit rate is too low, then they can go to the, CBB Sukuk, which is a government risk, and as a rate is fair. It's quite, close to what you have in the international benchmark rate. That is what. So that's an interesting development. So these are, I think, some of the things what we see in the international market, that these are small issuers. From Malaysia, of course, is there also, which we have seen, which previously was not there. So now you see there's issuances. You have mentioned green, of course, we cover that part. As of 23, you mentioned the numbers, so they are pretty much around 53 billion as of our calculation. And we have seen, in terms of, various segments like also Majid Al Futam from corporate, they have issued for, for reserves, oil, or water related, reserves and other, green malls and, properties wise. So we have, good example which, can, help us here also, inshallah. So I think I've taken a lot of time, but I will, end because I have a number of things, but I better end now. So thanks for that, giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Islalja. During your discussion, you have already addressed few of the questions that I'll be posing. So I was supposed to pose. So now, moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Imtiaz Gadar, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. And his topic of presentation is asset management, leveraging mutual funds to expand Sukuk investments. Mr. Imtiaz Gadar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Farhan, for the introduction. And also thanks a lot to the AlBaraka Forum for allowing us to be a small part of this very grand and noble initiative that you've undertaken. Again, given my background, I've been asked to speak about the role of mutual funds in the development of the Sukuk market. So here's a brief presentation to just back the discussion with some numbers as well. Now, mutual funds, as we all know, at the core of it, the role is to mobilize the savings from the financial system and channel it through the investment. Now, seems like a fairly straightforward function, but I think before we go into role of mutual funds, and what I think is also very important to set the perspective of how this very basic investment chain in Pakistan, the food chain, has problems at different stages, which we need to incorporate when we look at the progress and also plan the way forward. So for example, very basic finance one-on-one, but really if you look at this, there is, from a Pakistan perspective, some unique characteristics at every stage. Income-wise, again, not the greatest story in the global map. We are, by most definitions, a low-income country, at least as far as the formal economy is concerned. In addition to the constrained income, some by choice and some by behavior, the savings ratio is also very low. I mean, if you look at the numbers, then we report low double digits saving rates, whereas the world economy will show you numbers north of 25%. Within this, a very important distinction to make, that not all savings make it to investments in Pakistan. That's a very big distinction, because there is this certain level of money that will go under the pillow, and then there is this money that will go to the committees. So obviously that's not purely investments. Now, even when we go to the next leg of savings converting to investments, there also, when we talk about the financial system, where we talk about the mutual funds or even the banks coming in, what they get is the residual that's left over after the mandatory allocation to real estate and gold. So after that, whatever comes to the financial system, obviously there are two routes. One is the direct investments and the other is via mutual funds. So if you look at the progress of mutual funds, I think it's phenomenal considering what we have seen in terms of the constraints. Now, if you look at the slides, none of the numbers I would say are less than impressive. But really, when you talk about the corporate AUMs growing by 59% over the last 3 years per annum, industry growing by 68%, but we take a lot of comfort that the industry is headed in the right direction, that the retail AUMs have grown by average growth rate of 86% over the last 3 years and taken that number to almost 1.9 trillion now. Of this, if you further dissect the data, one of the things that we always talk about, that given the option, masses in Pakistan would want to invest in a Sharia compliant structure. And that is what the numbers show. Again, if you look at the 10-year CAGR of conventional AUMs, very impressive, 22%. But again, the Islamic CAGR of 37.7% tells us that the inherent demand for Islamic is definitely much higher. The market share that you see here is 44.2% over the overall industry going to Sharia compliant. But all the banking sector colleagues that are sitting here know that the December number was a little distorted on the Islamic AUM side because of all the ADR stuff that was happening in the system. But still, nonetheless, these numbers have been fairly phenomenal. In terms of categories as well, again, some part is to blame for what has been happening with the PSX over the last 4 or 5 years, barring the last 2 years. But as you see, and Farooq has suddenly become attentive because I said PSX, but yeah, so this was to catch your attention. But yeah, that was the point, that between 2017 and 2023, the market was relatively very listless. So what you saw was a gradual shift towards the fixed income side that happened. So now, as you see, both in the conventional and in the Islamic segment, there is almost 90% of the allocation is to fixed income, and the same is with the Sharia compliant. Now that kind of covers the kind of demand that's there for Islamic instruments, but that's just not from a demand perspective. Even the largest borrower in the room, which is the government of Pakistan, clearly has realized this trend, and this speaks bodes positive for the future of the Sukuk market. So if you look at the borrowing stock of the government of Pakistan as of June 2024, almost 89% of the borrowing was conventional, whereas 11% was coming from the Sharia compliant. Over the past 7 months, this is data updated up till mid-Jan. So if you see the incremental borrowing, 34% of that has come from the Sharia compliant avenues, whereas 66% has come from conventional. So the incremental borrowing is gradually, shifting towards the Sharia compliant as well, which again, as I said, is a great story for us to unravel going forward and to play the Sukuk market. Now, while having set the stage for what the demand dynamics look like, and clearly the supply intent is definitely there from the government as well. They have their own constraints. We'll cover a couple of them, but how do we leverage mutual funds as a better vehicle for the Sukuk market? So again, we're just covering a few things that what can propel this relationship further. I think one of the things that was discussed was the duration of the Ijara Sukuk. Again, while there are a few private parties that have really used this class to borrow money, but the biggest borrower in the whole economy remains the government of Pakistan. It's the current shortest tenor that's available for Ijara Sukuk is 1 year. Now, this 1 year paper also came in the market almost 2 years ago. Early 2023 was the first time this was launched. And if you look at the growth of the mutual fund industry in the last 2 years, you will realize that this was a watershed moment. This was really something that unlocked the growth of the mutual fund industry as well, and of the Sukuk related market as well. Now, going forward, we understand that work is happening on this front, but really bringing in Sukuks for 3 and 6 months maturity, I think they can be really defining. The use case in the market is already there, what you see happening in the conventional market. But even if you look at the demand that comes from investors in terms of short term, there is no 3 and 6 month paper. So once we have that in the market, I think that could provide another trigger of growth, just like the 1 year Sukuk did 2 years ago. The other one, I think a couple of the panelists also touched upon that, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on this, but when you speak to the government of Pakistan and ask them that, why 34% has already been raised from Sharia compliant and why not more? Because clearly the demand is still very much there. So one of the problems that they face is supply of assets. Some of it is related to the bureaucracy. Having clean, unencumbered assets is not easy for the people who are designing sukuks for the government of Pakistan. So I think asset light, again, I'll not go into the modalities. A couple of panelists have already gone into that, but asset light seems really to be the way forward. Again, understand a lot of work is happening on this. And quoting even the debt office, when you speak to them, they say this could be something that could also help achieve the target for turning the whole system Sharia compliant by the end of 2027, because one of the big issues is converting the current outstanding stock of conventional debt into Islamic. So again, asset light is something that could really resolve that issue. Vibrant secondary market, I think Farooq Sahab touched upon this. PSX has done a wonderful job in terms of rolling out a primary market platform where all the auctions for these sukuks are now held at the PSX, but some technical issues, and I think Farooq Sahab quoted 1 or 2 weeks. So we keep our fingers crossed that those technical issues are sorted out and all the market participants, especially the bank, come to this platform, because having a vibrant secondary market is just going to be that much more beneficial. I think one of the factors that equities remains popular at PSX is because of the liquidity. You know that you can get in and out fairly easily. So once this market becomes more vibrant with the PSX and SBB on board, I think that's going to be another great moment. I'll just end my talk with really one more thing that is going to be probably very important in leveraging not just mutual funds but everyone. The whole ecosystem is also the whys of Islamic finance. I think a wonderful work has been done on the whats over the years, that what constitutes a Sharia compliant instrument. A lot of innovation has happened around it. But I think going forward, as we head to a full-scale conversion, I think all of us as Islamic finance participants need to also work on propagating the whys a little bit more in terms of why this is really the fairest, most sustainable, most progressive solution that's out there. And I think that conviction growing will just help us achieve the goal of conversion to Islamic system in letter and spirit more effectively. So that's about it. Those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Imtiaz. Now, before taking questions from the audience, I would like to pose just one question, and the same question to each panelist that we have. Based on your experience, international as well, we have local peers and experienced professionals. As the government of Pakistan intends to convert the whole economy into Islamic within the next 3 years, inshallah, the basic challenge, the biggest challenge that they are facing right now is the conversion of its domestic and international debt. So now from that perspective, what do you think? I'll start off from Professor Kabir. What do you think, how we can use this tool of Sukuk in the best possible manner to convert this domestic or international interest-based borrowing by the government of Pakistan into Sharia compliant with the use of Sukuk?
Hello. So you asked me a very difficult question because we do not have a experience like this in the world. We had this Iranian that because of revolution, we had one in Sudan, but that also drifted apart. Right now, what I gather during this 1 week visit to Pakistan from the Pakistani scholar, that everybody afraid that this 60% of the government debt, about $250 billion, I believe, right, in terms of USD. Now, how do you convert? Forget about the international part, because let's try to deal with the domestic one. And one of the criticism that I hear that there is not enough asset in order for Sukuk to be used. Ijara Sukuk is also very prominent because everybody understands is easy to sell, but with the Ijara, still, it's a short-term financing. And it's still a viable one, but we really need to go to the long term. Now the question is, everybody is what to do, and it's part of also the education system we grew up with. I'm originally from Bangladesh. Now I live in the United States. I can see the difference. Our education system is very much within the
platform. We never really think out of the box. So now we have been forced by constitutional amendment, we have to do it. So that force really will force us to come up with a new solution. And for this one, I would urge the Pakistani financial industry community to be together. Those the Islamic as well as conventional, I would say the Islamic scholars, the industry has more, not only that they have to come up with the solution, but also have to convince, encourage for the conventional one to come forward to come up with the solution.
Thank you. Ji, other side.
Thank you. If I just might elaborate on what I said during my presentation, we need operational efficiency. We need operational efficiency to get the solution executed. We have it on paper. We've had multiple discussions, conferences, forums, working groups. We've had it all in the last 3 years or so. If I may say so with all humbleness, key stakeholders need to show the will to get this done. It's not a problem about there's a structure not available or a solution is not available or the people don't have the willingness to do it. It's that collaboration of operational efficiency of each and every stakeholder, getting down to it and not walking out of that session or room until we get it done. It's as simple as that. It may sound it may sound a little less pragmatic, but that's what it really. And the biggest example would be if you really want to get something done, you get everybody in a room, and you agree that we will not walk out of this place until unless we have sorted out a practical, executable solution. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, Bismillah. I think I have three things. One is you have to, look at the structure's diversity. So whether you like it or not, you may have to, maybe in some cases do the Murabah structure also. But there are other structures that's, combination Sukuk structure, different contracts. We have few standards. I've mentioned documentation. We can do some more, inshallah, with the industry recommendation. And, we work for globally, so other recommendations should also come. So that's, I think one has to see an approach of, not sticking one will not work, given the huge amount and naturally, diversifying is very important. So you can take that approach, which I mentioned, like short-term strategy, short-term Sukuk strategy. You can have long-term. We have long-term Sukuk now up to 30 years. Even, sustainable finance Sukuk or sustainability Sukuks, 30. Some are 50 years also. In Malaysia, they have issued. If I'm correct to say, there are up to 100 years also. Private placement, we missed, I think, one point which is important to create transparency. In our report, we do get some information on private placement, but that should be highlighted, and that you have this private segment market. So one is the structure diversity. Other one is, it was mentioned, cash link Waqf Sukuk. That Sukuk structure, what Indonesia has, I know IDB is looking at, is the government issues, and basically what the profit is basically the Sukuk investor that goes into projects. And these are, another thing one has to see, generally Waqf is, for perpetual. But in case of Indonesia, they have this, work with the time. So that to be, discussed with the scholars, with the industry players. But that's another, I think one can look into the cash link Waqf Sukuk or Waqf Sukuk. It's a good way to, provide that social side. I think we are concentrating more on the financial aspect. Overlays, profitability being bank naturally, but social element for Islamic is very important. So that is have to be looked. Thirdly, I would say looking at the law. When we have Ijara Sukuk, we have built it in a way that it meets the requirement of civil law and common law. I think in Pakistan you have civil law probably, which is codified maybe. So that is also have to be seen, how well that works. And then you have pending, and Dr. Umar will come. Inshallah, he is the expert. And I have the pleasure of working with you for many years. It is basically looking at your closeout netting law, which is really important. I know the legislation is there for a long time. It not only used in your sort of product like hedging, but it also used in product like your repo type also. If you have, sort of buy sell type of structures, which you need to have anyway for liquidity management. So these are, I think, law side is also to be looked at, would be important. So with this note, I think that should be enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess we've touched upon a lot of the technical aspects. I think there is this finer element, I think, even of awareness and dialogue at the stakeholder level, because as we keep hearing, very basic stuff like just getting an asset out from a particular ministry or a department to launch a sukuk has been a problem, and I'm sure you know that more than anyone else on the floor. So I think while we are going for this whole conversion, I think it's high time that we try to work out a way that at least these bottlenecks do not come in. I mean, as it is, it's a Herculean task. It's it's going to require a lot of effort. So I think that's these low hanging roadblocks. You usually talk about low hanging fruits. I think here we need to talk about low hanging roadblocks. They at least need to be moved out of the way so we can do this transition quicker and more smoother. So I think that awareness, even at the stakeholder level, that this does not mean that your assets should go away. The typical Urdu newspaper headline, "Girvi rakhwa diya," and all of that stuff. I think we need to really address that. And I just feel that if at the stakeholder level there is a will, we've seen stuff when there is a will, a lot of things get done. I think this also needs to be taken up seriously, that if this is an executable structure, the last thing that should come in between is some guy who does not understand financial structuring or Islamic finance and becomes an actual roadblock in that instrument. So this is, I think, one of the low-hanging fruits. I think, again, we'll have to do a lot of the technical stuff we discussed, but let's just do away with this low-hanging roadblock first, and then I think we'll progress faster.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Imtiaz. Now, keeping in view the shorter of time, I'll just be taking 2 questions from the floor. So if we have any questions from here, then okay. Yes, gentlemen, please introduce yourself and please hand over the mic.
मेरा नाम अर्जुन कुमार है, मैं एक ज़राई माहिर हूँ। मैं काफ़ी ध्यान से जो है मिस्टर कबीर हसन के जो रिकमेंडेशंस थी वो सुन रहा था, लेकिन मुझे थोड़ा सा और वे ऑफ चाहिए कि जैसा कि मेरे जो कुछ जो हैं लोग वो NIC में स्टार्टअप्स लिया हुआ है या और एक डिपार्टमेंट मेरा बड़ा काम है ना, तो उसमें सुकूक को मैं किस तरह जो है मजीद उसको मोबिलाइज कर सकता हूँ, थोड़े से मुझे रहनुमाई चाहिए। तो मैंने कहा अगर कबीर साहब इस पे मेरी कोई मदद कर सकते हैं इसमें तो बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी।
ओके, आप बताइएगा मैंने आपके सवाल को सही समझा और सही तर्जुमा कर रहा हूँ। He wants to ask a question that he has got certain investments made in certain conventional avenues. Now he wants to invest in sukuk. So what are the options? Why would he invest in sukuk?
Sure. I mean, because getting scholar in Islamic finance, try to understand. So I'm very much for sukuk. At least it is not the ideal. So there are 3 basic types of investment in Islam: is murabaha, short term, ijara sukuk. They're talking about bank and so on. Any sort of Islamic banking product are sort of short term financing. But if you want to get the essence of Islamic finance spirit, you need to go into partnership type of financing. And that cannot be done through a banking mode. So you really need to promote non-banking financial institution, non-banking financial markets and activities. For example, Waqf, for example, Qardul Hassan, for example, microcredit, for example, those kind of activities, zakat, which is mandatory for Muslim, but for non-Muslim it is not. So we really need to find a marriage between Islamic commercial finance that we see in the market and Islamic social finance. Only exception that I see in Pakistan, Akwat, in Islam, I mean in the Quran, that's the only financial instrument that has been mentioned. But there is no much use of the Qardul Hassan in any part of the world, but Akwat has made history and I have visited them, and many people, many countries, and can follow this model for the benefit and get the essence to help all the people in a society to better their economic life.
Thank you so very much. Yes, please. Last question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Hena. I'm all the way from Islamabad. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for arranging such an informative session. Few suggestions I want to conclude. I have quite, but I'm just going to add a few up. Firstly, I would want to make your attention on the side that what would be the availability of data, because I'm a PhD researcher, so we have a really issue with the when we are going to analyze for the data and we are going to make a comparison with the conventional or Islamic, and we want to convince someone, there is really it's a huge challenge. And unfortunately, we are not available with that for Pakistan, and we suffer a lot for that. First thing I want to, if our seniors can add something for data availability with the PSX or some platform, if you can design, so we can get out of that. Second thing, the most important, the linkage between the research and industry. We lack for this. We have no platform for this where we can add. How we can do research in some different dimensions. We are like again in a room, and how we can link with the industry and what the industry really wants from us. If we are putting so much effort, so it will be useful. And as for we are working for the research for Islamic finance, then and the government is looking for if something can be done for this. So that will really help government to get this role. One more thing I want to add, because if we can have some research supports for this Islamic development, because sir from Bahrain is also there, and they are doing very well every year, organizations of conferences in Bahrain. If you can get some grants, a separate fund for the research in Islamic finance, this will really help to the graduates to develop that. If we can have some courses in the university, that will definitely make a huge difference. One more thing I want to add, if we want to attract investors and moving from as we are transferring from conventional to Islamic, so what if we can develop, as you said, that a simulator sort of product, and there we can do a simple layer and we can learn, and that there is a part for conventional and there is a part for Islamic investment, and then they can do like putting the shares in the simulator, and they can get it that if I'm going to invest in conventional, so that will be risk and that will be returns, and if I'm going to move for the Islamic, so this will really create an effective and platform said though investment can move there. And if we can add asset baseline with the stocks of Islamic, or if we can add, so that is another avenue if you people can consider for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Actually, these are few comments. The challenges that you have mentioned, I fully agree, and that's what these challenges are. The one that makes you a researcher, lack of availability of data, the struggle that you put in, that is the reason why our researchers are are highly respected. So you have to bear with this. That is the challenge usually in the third world country, whereby even the regulators, even the tax authorities, they tend to put such challenges of lack of availability of data. So you have to come across and face these kind of challenges. People are working, industry, academia, collaboration. Alhamdulillah, as we have mentioned earlier, as Dr. Kabir has suggested, that there is a need for that. There are various initiatives being taken by the regulators in the industry, like the establishment of Center for Excellences in Islamic Finance in Pakistan. Similarly, the Islamic banking institutions are always there to support these academic institutions willing to perform or do some research in the field of Islamic finance. They are there. We have a scholars learning and development program, internship programs. So things are on their way. And on an individual level, we can have, we can see what we can support, in which area we can collaborate. So with this, thank you so very much, the audience. It has always been a challenge to hold and have such kind of interactive session after having such a lavish lunch. So thank you so very much for being awake. Thank you so very much for being present there. I would like to thank our August panelists, Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan, Azhar Aslam Saab, Islal Alvi Saab and Imtiaz Gurra Saab. Thank you so very much. A round of applause for all of them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we've just concluded a very insightful session on the Sukuk national and international experiences and best practices. And I'd like to thank all our distinguished speakers and our moderator. May I please invite Mr. Atif Hanif on stage to kindly come and present certificates to our esteemed speakers. Thank you. Mr. Farooq Sabzwari, can you please join us on stage and receive your certificate? A warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Azhar Aslam, Chief Executive Officer, Group Islamic Banking, Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Mohammad Farhanul Haq Usmani, Executive Vice President and Head of Sharia Audit and Advisory at Mizan Bank.
Yeah.
Mr. Ijlal Ahmad Alvi, Chief Executive Officer, International Islamic Financial Market. Mr. Imtiaz Ghadar, Chief Executive Officer, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, Professor of Finance, University of New Orleans. Please remain on stage for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our third session is on Sukuk issuance, legal and Sharia aspects. And this is our final session for today. It will be moderated by Professor Shafiullah Jan, tenured professor and head of the Center of Excellence in Islamic Finance at IM Sciences. Professor Shafiullah Jan, may I please request you to join me on stage? Thank you. The speakers for this session are Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmad Ijaz, Chairman of the Sharia Advisory Committee, State Bank of Pakistan. Sir, if you could please join me on stage. Dr. Muhammad Imran Ashraf Usmani, President and CEO, Usmani & Co. Private Limited. Mr. Taqi Naseem, Head of the Islamic Finance Department, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. And Dr. Umar Hussaini, Secretary General, OIC Arbitration Center. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm thinking really hardly to say something funny, a joke, to wake everybody up, but nothing is coming. But anyways, let me initiate this session formally. The title of our session is the Sukuk issuance, experience from legal and Sharia perspective. So we're going to be talking about the Sharia and legal aspects that we encounter or we experience when we are issuing Sukuk. So in this panel, we have Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmed, Chairman, Sharia Advisory Committee, State Bank of Pakistan. He is actively involved in providing consultation for development of policies and regulation for regulator authority and different Islamic financial institution. Our next second speaker would be Dr. Muhammad Imran Ashraf Usmani, President and CEO of Usmani & Co. Private Limited, resident Sharia Board member of Mizan Bank, overseeing research, product development, and Sharia audit and compliance. He's also offering Islamic financial consultancy and Sharia advisory services to clients globally. A third speaker is Dr. Tariq Naseem Saab. He's the head of Islamic Finance Department, the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. He has more than 18 years of experience. He has held key role positions, including additional director at SECP since 2020. He's also responsible for supervising Islamic finance, regulation, and supervision of Pakistan. Our last esteemed speaker would be Dr. Umar Hussaini, Secretary General, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center. He serves on the Governance and Ethics Board of IUFI and FRACE of the Central Bank of Nigeria, with expertise in Islamic finance law and dispute resolution. Umar has worked with UN, IDP, and OIC and has taught at International Islamic University, Malaysia. Even I'm a moderator, but I have 2 points, 1 suggestions that I will be sharing in the end. So, but let me initiate and invite our first speaker, who is Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmed Ijaz Saab. His topic to speak about is the role of Sharia in boosting innovation in Sukuk structure and emerging green products.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala rasulih al-Kareem. Talking about Sharia aspect of Sukuk and possible structure of green Sukuk or social Sukuk. This is important topic, and this topic cannot be discussed without a reference to the legal and operational possibilities of launching on Sukuk. If we look at the Sharia standard on Sukuk and possible modes of financing, there are possibility of more than 15 type of Sukuk. We can structure Sukuk on trade-based mode, rental-based mode, also partnership-based mode, services-based, and also hybrid structures. So multiple structures from Sharia perspective are possible, more than around 15 possible structures. This is the first. Secondly, the ground realities and the domestic laws and domestic structure of legal domestic structure. Like, for example, in Pakistan, we have federation and provinces. In some Islamic countries, we don't have this type of a structure. But the possible structure is state structure. In Gulf, we see the Emirat structure, where we see 5 or 7 emirates. So the second important point which affect the Sharia structuring and Sharia type of mode which can be used in Sukuk is the available flexibility and possibility of structuring. Sometimes you can structure a sukuk easily in a country, in an Islamic country, while in another country it becomes difficult for those who are living in that country, the structuring of the sukuk. This is the second important point. And the third important point, as we have heard about this in previous session also, the legal availability, the legal laws which are available, how the environment, legal environment is conducive. This is another factor which affect the Sharia and Sukuk structuring. For this reason, we generally see the ijara structure of Sukuk is more common. So much so, sometimes people think whenever we say the word Sukuk, we simply mean the ijara Sukuk, which is not correct. But this is because of the ease or the environment or legal conducive environment of any country. And the fourth important factor which contributes in structuring, the possibility of sukuk underlying assets. We discussed in, as we have heard, and some speakers in previous session about asset light structure, and also some asset backed structure, asset based structure, and also possibility of real transformation or real transfer of the asset. These type of issues. So from Sharia perspective, the bar is very big. You can choose from multiple mode of financing, and also some hybrid structure are easily possible. But when we look about the legal conducive environment or the possibility of structuring or availability of underlying asset. For example, in Pakistan, because we have provinces and federation, so many sukuk which are based on provincial assets, they have some other difficulties as compared to those which are based on federation asset. Therefore, if we look from this perspective, whether we talk about the green sukuk, whether we talk about social sukuk, or sometime people are now talking about the waqf sukuk also, all these are possible. And when we look at about the possibility, the first that we look at the structure from Sharia perspective, we look at the availability of the asset, availability of legal supportive laws, availability of operational ease. Sometimes a sukuk is possible, but operationally it is very difficult, especially the sukuk which are based on services. Services-based sukuk are operationally difficult. From Sharia point of view, they are easy. From legal point of view, they are easy. So generally, we see that we are facing four type of issues: Sharia issue, operational issue, and legal issue, and sometimes we face a business issue. For example, if you look at the musharaka, pure musharaka sukuk, so sometimes we see that in Pakistan, some years back, a sukuk has been offered in the market, but market was not interested because the sukuk structure was on the basis of musharaka, which is pure profit and loss sharing, and it is similar to equity financing. So from Sharia perspective, if I talk from Sharia perspective only, multiple possibilities are there, but keeping in view the ground reality, the available law, available structure, available acceptability in the market, ground reality, risk appetite, multiple things. So these are the issue that prevent Sharia product development department or the Sharia scholar to present different type of sukuk here. For example, Pakistan is an agricultural country, but still we are not able to offer a muzara based sukuk or a musaqat based sukuk or as a mugharasa based sukuk, cultivation based, or these type of sukuk still are not offered here. And also some social sukuk structures because of the lack of the law. So if I conclude my comment on that, I would say that keeping like the economic term, keeping the other variable constant, if you look at from Sharia perspective, the possibility are more than 15 structures. If I say 20 structures, hybrid structure, quasi structure, and pure vanilla structure, simple. But if I pay attention to some other variables, some other factors which affect, so our offering are very limited. You see only ijara sukuk. Sometimes you see in Pakistan diminishing musharaka sukuk in Gulf, wakala sukuk, and these are limited. And if we talk about the green sukuk is a term which is not a Sharia term. This is obviously the term of utilization. The green sukuk may be on ijara based, may be on a diminishing musharaka, maybe an agricultural sukuk, maybe, or services based sukuk. So this is basically the crux about the Sharia possibilities of the sukuk on the multiple use of the sukuk, whether it is a green sukuk or a social sukuk or a waqf sukuk or a general corporate sukuk or a sovereign sukuk or a short-term T-bill type sukuk or other short-term sukuk. So this is basically my view about the possible structures.
Thank you very much. I think there is another issue, which is the propaganda issue. Girvi, mulk ko girvi kara diya. So I think one of the issue that we need to tackle is education. We need to educate people, common people, because you would want to do a lot, but at the same time, you have to tackle the propaganda that would create hurdles for you to promote Islamic finance. With this, let me invite Dr. Muhammad Imran Ashraf Usmani Saab, and his topic to speak about is resolving Sharia dilemmas in Sukuk, balancing compliance and practicability.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem, amma ba'd. First of all, I'm really grateful for inviting me in this important session about Sukuk and to discuss and to think that what we can do to convert our conventional conventional securities or bonds or these requirements. Alhamdulillah, I have learned from the previous session, and it was a really very informative and productive session, especially Professor Dr. Kabir Saab's speech. It was really very good and very informative. And I would like to mention some briefly about the overview that what is being done in Pakistan and internationally, and what could be done or should be done. First of all, as you know better, that normally all financial institutions, they used to do securitization program or issue the sukuk through sale and leaseback program. You know that sale and leaseback, as per the IOFI Sharia standard, is not very much favorable or preferable transaction, because it looks like a repo transaction. So it's look like buyback transaction, which is not allowed as per Sharia. This is why they have one condition, that the gap from buying and reselling should be at least 1 year, and there should be a lease agreement in between the two sales. So, and also usually the Sharia board says that whenever you want to do the sale and leaseback transaction, so you have to take the Sharia advisor, resident Sharia board member, special approval, and with the Sharia board approval sometimes. So it is not a preferable transaction, but still they are being used by usually almost all governments as well as corporates and institutions. The second thing is that, which we are talking about, hybrid sukuk or asset-light sukuk, or we can say that tawarruk sukuk. So we use the word, we should not want to use the tawarruk because it is not a good word. So this is why they used to name it commodity murabaha. But the issue is that in commodity murabaha, that tawarruk is also not very much preferable, because these types of transaction does not serve for the community, serve for the nation, serve for the state. You know that after using these types of sukuk, these are very much tantamount, or you can say that they are very much replica to the governmental bonds. Only difference is that it is halal or this is haram in some way or the other. But so long as the proceeds of the sukuk is concerned to use as in a productive way, it is not creating any good difference. The same proceeds which you are used by issuing bonds or conventional certificates to repay your conventional debt, or your overcome the budgetary deficit, or to overcome or to pay the interest, it is also here in this sukuk also. So they are being used, these money, these proceeds. You can see that only this 4-5 months, you have seen that 33% was issued Islamic sukuk. Why? Why not? Because was it a pressure from the Sharia scholar to issue that in these especially 3-4 months? Whether all the Islamic banks were especially pressurizing that? It is a market driven. It is a market driven. Basically, you have cheap liquidity and easy liquidity through Islamic banks. This is why they are issuing more and more sukuk. I'm not saying that it is bad, but we have to understand the fact, or we should be thinking on factual grounds. Nevertheless, I would say that it is not end of the world. There are various ways. If we think out of the box, there are various ways to do different types of sukuk. I have listed down just by sitting here some around 9 types of sukuk, which very easily can be used here. And I have been working in different countries for issuing these types of sukuk. First of all, we have export refinancing system in Pakistan. What is export refinance in Pakistan? That basically State Bank of Pakistan gives money for the portfolio of export to refinance under the board of Mudaraba and Musharaka. So this money comes from the government of Pakistan. So we can securitize that. We can securitize that. We can issue sukuk against that. So for refinancing scheme, why we use the money of the government? We can securitize that. Issue the sukuk. This is the one way. The second option we can do is to housing refinance. We have done in Guidance Financial Group in US that they have Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, there are different securitization program. We have around 20 years back issued for them sukuk, although it is US, and it was very difficult to do that. But we have done that, and now you can see that Guidance Financial Group is working for last 30 years, and they don't have any shortage of the liquidity. And it is on the same prices or very nearby to conventional banking, because they have the same liquidity which comes from the Freddie Mac, Ginnie Mae, Freddie Mac. So all these refinancing through the securitization program is done there. So we have in Pakistan, there is many housing finance schemes. It could be refinanced, it could be securitized, and it could be securitized, and its share, its asset, its sukuk can be traded into the secondary market very easily. There is no issue. Similar to that, consumer financing. For example, we need car. We need motorcycle. These are very essential things nowadays. So now we have Bike Kia system, Uber system, Careem system, so on and so forth.
So what we can do, that we can securitize that. And government can finance through securitization program, through issuance the sukuk of that. So it is one way of doing that. One way is that, as Dr. Kabir Sahib also mentioned, that green sukuk. You know, in Pakistan, we have PTDC, Pakistan Tourism Development Corporation. They have many resorts. And if they are saying that we don't have any asset, so you can use that for impact financing. We can just use some solar plates and without using the electricity, we can use that particular things. So green sukuk issued on these PTDC assets and their resorts very easily, and they are clean. They are not as such in any charge. So we can use that. Or, for example, now we have started in Pakistan carbon trading. Carbon trading. Here in Karachi, mashallah, our Sindh government is making a lot of money through growing mangroves. So we have a lot of carbon trading opportunity. We can securitize that. And not going there, here it is difficult to grow. But if you go to KPK or Punjab, there are so many jungle and forest. So we can bring impact investors to bring and to securitize that, to issue the sukuk out of that. So this is, so basically we would see that there are around 17 sustainable development goals. We could see that how we can use them to issue the sukuk, or we can use the SEG for issuing the sukuk. Another thing which we can do easily, that now we have many infrastructure development, like for example, roads, bridges, even mining. So IOFI has issued particular standard on concession rights. So it should be issued sukuk on that. Like Rakwadik, we have a big asset there. So we can issue the sukuk. People can invest. And also we can do BOT, bill of transfer, for roads, for bridges, and we can securitize that. And we can issue the sukuk out of that. So maybe we are not thinking out of the box, but just we are thinking that which would be easier and just we can do very quickly. And they asked the Sharia scholar to give the flexibility for doing very fake type of tawarruk, like as they are doing in London Metal Exchange, or maybe in Bursa, Malaysia, or something like that. So basically, we have to see if we want to do tawarruk, so we have to see that which products here available for doing tawarruk. For example, here in Pakistan, we can use airtime sukuk. You know that these telecom companies, they have too much airtime. We can purchase that and then we can sell to the distributors. So it would be a very genuine transaction, and it is really bring the money to our own country. Similar to that, I would like to mention one thing, that in Pakistan, we have just around 20% financial inclusion, maybe more or less. 80% is not in financial inclusion. So who are these 20%? Just leave the 80%. Now we will discuss for the 20%. Who are these? They are the depositors. But who are the borrowers? There is a pyramid. On the upside, only corporates are taking, all 32 banks, they are giving money to these corporates. But what about these depositors?
where that money, their money came from, through business, through services. So it is a supply chain financing. It is a servicing sector financing, education sector financing. There are different services available. So we can use the whole pyramid. We are giving to only some of these corporates, but not giving. So basically, we are going against the laws of objectives of Sharia. كَيْ لَا يَكُونَ دُولَةً بَيْنَ الْأَغْنِيَاءِ مِنْكُمْ. That your wealth should not be concentrated into few hands. So all wealth of the depositors or masses going towards the corporates. So we should think about that whether we are doing Islamic banking in a right direction, or if we do that, so you know that some generation maybe after us may will ask the question that new things were coming, supply chain was coming, blockchain was coming, smart data was coming, big data was coming. Why didn't you use that for securitization or for tokenization? Even nowadays, no need to issue the Sukuk. You can issue the virtual token to enable the small people to invest that. So I told that 20% is in fact financial inclusion, but the remaining 80% what they have? They have the cash economy. So we can include them. We can use them to include. It is not only Islamic. It will be more nearby to objectives of Sharia. It is more. It is further better towards the economy. All you, Dr. Kabir, you will know that everywhere in the world nowadays they are talking about the supply chain, tokenization, and big data, open data, as well as using the algorithm system to lending the small or SMEs or MSMEs. So we should use these types of things for the better of the Muslim Ummah. So there is a hadith of the Holy Prophet ﷺ that kalimatul hikmah is dallatul mu'min. فَمِنْ حَيْثُ وَجَدَهَا فَهُوَ أَحَقُّ بِهَا. Any word of this wisdom is the lost property of Muslim or believer. So from where he can get, it is his property. So we shouldn't do that. So basically, we should use for this 80% which are not financial included, we can use that as well for bringing in the financial inclusion through different fintech, through different microfinancing institutions, through different NBFCs. Not necessary that those previous classical banks. If you see the data, if you do just chat GPT, or now Chinese AI has come, DeepSeek. So if you do that, so you will find, you will search what top 50 banks are doing. Previously, around 30 years back, I remember that the top bank were doing just lending, and then they have just Citibank or HSBC or so on and so forth. Now you can see that the top banks are Chinese banks. And why they have? They have a marketplace with them. Because to enable the vendors, to enable the B2B, to enable the B2C, to enable the bigger picture. So I mean that being a Muslim, we should be wise enough to see that how we can cultivate, we should innovate, we should create a more creative transaction, and it will be need of the time. So we should not waste the three years just for doing tawarruk. If you don't do, you will fail. It is not the way. We have to basically see out of the box, and we should make complete ecosystem to all these types of transactions to basically to benefit our country as well as our ummah as a whole, as a macro economy as well, and it will be more closer to the objectives of Sharia. This is what I was thinking for now. Thank you very much. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair. As they say, while there is a will, there is a way. I think this speech also answer one of the questions they raised to Professor Kabir of converting our debt. So I think this is one of the way that we can convert our 24 trillion Pakistani rupees or 87 billion US dollar to make it Sharia compliant. So innovations is required, and I think we have people who have the vision to convert the economy into Sharia compliant. Our third speaker is Dr. Tariq Naseem, and I have a couple of questions for him for his keynote speak. Is that SECP issued 2 concept notes last year to seek feedback from stakeholders to develop souvenir and corporate Sukuk. So we will be interested to know the outcome of those efforts, as well as how, in his view, we would expect him to talk about it, is that Sukuk being used as a sustainable development tool for infrastructure development in both private and public sector. So over to you, sir.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya wal Mursaleen. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. As a regulator, I think our primary job is to create enabling regulatory framework where Sukuk can be issued and invested. Fund seekers can raise fund, mobilize financial resources for productive use, whereas the investors have the opportunity to invest and secure returns, safer returns for their investments. So for this purpose, last year we tried to consult the stakeholders to see if there are any gaps in the regulatory and legal framework available for the Sukuk in Pakistan. And as a result of that consultation, I guess, there were certain regulatory interventions, and there are few things that yielded as a result of that interventions that I wanted to share with this August forum. On the Sukuk, sovereign Sukuk side, we know that primarily all the Sukuk issuance by government of Pakistan are on a single Sukuk structure, that is Ijara Sukuk. First of all, there was a need to enable the regulatory framework, a legal framework to provide the government of Pakistan with an option to use multiple structures, and therefore the government Ijara Sukuk rules were amended. And subsequent to that, the Sukuk issuance, sovereign Sukuk issuance started from the offering of those Sukuk through stock exchange. From December last year, 2023, sovereign Sukuk are being offered, issued, listed, and traded at Pakistan Stock Exchange. But there is still a need to enable short-term tradable sovereign Sukuk for the income fund, the mutual fund industry, the money market fund, so that short-term investment needs can also be satisfied through the investment in sovereign Sukuk paper. Right now, as rightly mentioned by Mufti Dr. Imran Ashar Usmani Saab, that Ijara structure is advised to be a structure of at least 1 year. And therefore, sovereign Sukuks under the current structures cannot be short-term, 3-6 months, and still tradable. And therefore, we have come up with a solution whereby Mudaraba-based structure can be created, wherein such structure can be utilized by a special purpose vehicle to invest in government Ijara Sukuk, and then this SPV can issue float Sukuk that with a tenure of 3 years and 3 months and 6 months, and wherein the short-term investment needs can be satisfied. Secondly, and more importantly, as a regulated, it is a concern that only few benefit from the Sukuk issuance by government of Pakistan. The investor to sovereign Sukuk are very limited in Pakistan, and particularly retail penetration, retail participation is negligible. And therefore, we are looking at the ways and means to enable that investment at a retail level. And this can be done through Sukuk tokenization. This can be done to link the Sukuk issuance processes coupled with the technology like telcos to make available the retail government Sukuk at the smallest possible level. so that ordinary people of Pakistan can satisfy their investment needs in sovereign papers, make secure investment, and generate reasonable returns. This is not exactly what present sovereign Sukuk secondary market look like. In the secondary sovereign Sukuk market, only institutional investors and high net worth individuals are investing, and whereas general public is by and large is missing as a component of investor. By listing those Sukuk at Pakistan, a first step has been taken. Now, retail investor can directly invest into the Sukuk through their brokerage firms. Similarly, State Bank of Pakistan has also working on the initiative whereby individuals can directly invest in the sovereign Sukuk. On the second segment of Sukuk market, that is corporate Sukuk, I think considerable progress has been achieved. From the last couple of years, we have noticed that more than 120 Sukuk, corporate Sukuk, have been issued in Pakistan, totaling a total issue value of around 860 billion rupees. Just in last 6 months of this financial year, 115 billion rupees has been raised by corporates through Sukuk issuance in the Pakistani market. And there are some very differentiating characteristics of those Sukuk that needs to be understand. First of all, for the first time, I guess, we noticed that Sukuk issued by corporate are being invested by non-bank financial institutions. The income fund, money market fund, the institutional investor, the Tekaful operator, the insurance companies are investing in the corporate Sukuk market and thereby securing their investment returns and with some type of ease of doing investments in Sharia compliant manner. Secondly, issuers are using multiple structures and mode to raise finance. For example, as mentioned in previous presentation, airtime as a subject matter of Sukuk. The largest telecom operator in Pakistan, that is Jazz, has issued this year airtime-based Sukuk of rupees 15 billion. It was a privately placed Sukuk, unlisted, unsecured, but yet received overwhelming response at it was oversubscribed many times. And we saw that innovation can be done without creating complicated structures. It was a very simple and easy to understand structure where the Sukuk investor invested in the airtime, they purchased that airtime from the telecom operator on a discounted price, and then that airtime was sold to franchises of Jazz Pakistan at the full retail price. And thereby, Sukuk investors were able to generate hefty returns as per their terms and conditions. So simple airtime structure was used and deployed by Jazz. And as a result, this transaction was awarded to international awards for best structured deal of Sukuk in Pakistan. But most of the corporate Sukuk in Pakistan using Shirkat-ul-Aqd structure to fund their working capital needs. And under this structure, they issued short-term 6-month Sukuk and mobilize resources to fund their working capital need. What, as a regulator, we are focusing is to enable issuance of such Sukuk that also trigger economic activity, a real economic activity. And for that, I think the business expansion project related funding needs are also be tapped into the Sukuk market so that corporates and businesses can raise fixed tenure funding through corporate Sukuk to fund their infrastructure needs, the business expansion need, so as to actually create real economic activity as well, which is the ultimate objective of Islamic finance. And we saw that in Pakistani market, pharmaceutical companies, the sugar industry, the services sector, power sector companies, the telecommunication companies are extensively using the Sukuk structure nowadays to raise short-term funds for their shorter period tenure projects. But For the longer tenure, medium to short, long-term tenure, there are only few Sukuk issuance. For example, the Indotech Pakistan has issued a 25-year Sukuk based on diminishing Musharaka concept to fund a project whereby the water was required to be channelized from Hyderabad to Thar for industrial purposes. So we have seen the structures that enable infrastructure funding needs in corporate sector as well as in sovereign sector. We saw the Neelam Jhelum project Sukuk, we saw the Dasu Dam Sukuk, and we can assure the issuer of Sukuk in the sovereign as well as in the corporate field that there are multiple tested structures that are available in Pakistan that can be utilized to meet the infrastructure funding financial needs of different projects. But at the time, we are cognizant of the challenges as well. For example, in Pakistan, presently, all the Islamic financial transactions are being governed by the laws that were primarily made for the regulation of and supervision of conventional transaction. In that case, contract enforcement of Islamic financial transaction could be a challenge. One way that it could be addressed through, obviously, alternate dispute resolution mechanism. But in the court of law, there is a need to have a reference law that can be linked to and that can be referred to while settling the disputes. At this moment in time, for example, if a dispute arises on a Ijara transaction and when it will end up in court, the court will look for the primary law, and the only primary law available in the Pakistan for that, I guess, is contract law or the leasing law. We know that the rights and obligations of party are different in leasing and Ijara, and therefore there is a need to have a dedicated law that support and that provide a legal risk reduction mechanism for Islamic financial transaction. And therefore, our focus is to create a dedicated primary law for Islamic financial transactions in non-bank financial sector so as to mitigate the legal risk in Islamic financial transactions and in the Sukuk market. In addition to that, I think we can also learn from the many examples of international players. Many examples have been quoted since morning where different jurisdictions have used different structures to meet their funding need, be it the green Sukuk or infrastructure Sukuk or Waqf-linked Sukuk. These structures can be replicated, can be copied, can be used as a base structures, and Sukuk can be issued for infrastructure funding needs, the social finance needs, the infrastructure development needs, and corporate business expansion need. I guess the Sukuk market in Pakistan has entered in a new era of development. In the days to come, we are hoping and we are sure that this Sukuk market will enable not only the government but the corporates to raise and mobilize financial resources for their business need in a Sharia compliant manner as well as in an acceptable manner where ordinary investors will be participating and taking benefits from the development of this important segment of Islamic finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You spoke about how these private Sukuk are oversubscribed. And if you look at even data, these sustainable linked Sukuk relatively have high subscription ratios. So private has oversubscribed in sustainable linked Sukuk are even more subscribed internationally. So that's one thing. And I was just quickly going through it. You mentioned about dams. I think the government issued a green bond in 2021 on Basha Dam, which could have been a Sukuk, a green Sukuk. So I think the government needs to move toward that Islamization by issuing green Sukuk, rather green bonds. Our final speaker is His Excellency Dr. Umar Osani, and his topic is Pakistan State Islamic Bank's readiness to enter effectively to Sukuk market and initiating steps, regulation and institutionalization. Over to you, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I know this is the last speaker on the panel, and it can be a bit boring. Haven't heard, what we call Kibar al-Ulama, very senior scholars sharing with you the best structures we should adopt when it comes to Sukuk markets in Pakistan. I'll just kind of give a brief remarks because I think they've said it all, and we've listened to a lot of presentations, brilliant ones since morning, and I don't think I have anything much to add. But again, I'm going to speak from different perspectives. First is the perspective of being the former CEO of IILM, an organization that that's still issuing short-term Sukuk. And under my leadership, we started issuing an average of $1 billion every month. And it boils down to structuring. And this is why I sincerely appreciate the views expressed by the earlier speakers on the panel regarding the different innovative structures. Structuring is like our game. It's like kids are playing with, and that's why we have to wear different hats when structuring. You have to wear the hat of Sharia. You've got to know a bit about Sharia. In my own case, I have background in Sharia, full background there. You have to have a bit about the legal background, basically, of course, the financial one. So wearing these three and knowing the market dynamics is very important. And most of our Sharia scholars we have, even at the AOFI level and even at the Pakistani level, they do have background in law. And this is something we also appreciate. So structuring actually boils down to aspects of securitization. Like you talk about the airtime, you securitize airtime. These are innovative structures that have been used globally. What we do, or what we did previously at IILM was we have this Wakala Sukuk program. So we had hybrid Sukuk within the Wakala itself, and it allowed us to issue more. At a point, ladies and gentlemen, we issued a 2-week Sukuk. Why I'm emphasizing on this is because I'm told to speak to the banks, the Islamic banks' readiness, to kind of be part of this conversion into full Islamic finance kind of industry. So the Islamic banks have to be innovative. Now, scholars are giving you the guidance of what to do, that you can securitize airtime, you can tokenize this, we can actually explore even retail Sukuk, where individuals can buy, you and I. Now we have to take that to another level. We've seen this in some countries, in Indonesia, in Nigeria, where everybody can buy Sukuk, actually. They can buy sovereign Sukuk. Now, how do we take that to another level? And that takes me to the discussion on the secondary market. Now, the secondary market liquidity is extremely important. And I'm sure you've heard about liquidity since morning. Now, how do you ensure liquidity on the secondary market? We had the CEO of the Pakistan Stock Exchange earlier, and he gave a brilliant speech. And I was really interested, I really followed the speech, but I was more interested in the liquidity of the Sukuk itself we're talking about. We want to use Sukuk, innovative structures, to transform the industry, to convert the ribawi debts, the riba-based debts to Islamic. Now, how do we kind of transform them? Who will buy if there's no liquid market? Nobody will buy. There's no investor that will buy. So we have to be concerned about liquidity on the secondary market. And that's why even when we tokenize or when we use blockchain, we adopt fintech, what do we ultimately use? Now, when it comes to settlement, you buy your Sukuk. When do you, or you want to sell, when do you get paid? Or when do you pay? Do you go for the normal T+3 or T+2? That doesn't work for retail investors. So we have to think of a situation where we adopt fintech to be able to have what they call instant settlement. I have written on this or academically as well. how blockchain can be used for settlement of Sukuk. Because again, even at ILLM, my previous organization, we do T+2, T+3, and I just feel, no, sometimes we need to have an instant, particularly when you are actually trading the security on the secondary market. It's extremely important. The essence of secondary market is liquidity. You have your Sukuk, you need money now, you have to sell. You need a market to sell. So it's important for us as Sukuk structurers, the bankers, the DCM team, again, we call them the DCM, the debt capital market teams. It's important for you to go back to the drawing board because the essence of secondary market liquidity starts from your primary issuance, your structuring itself. How did you structure? Was it Sharia compliant? In most cases, we see a lot of Sukuk being traded on the secondary market, on the London Stock Exchange, on the Irish Stock Exchange. If you look at the structure, it's 100% Murabaha. Now, how is that tradable? I don't know from the Sharia perspective. So these are things we need to look into. And I just wanted to start with liquidity. Now, let me talk on one other thing that was discussed earlier. The issue of total conversion of the industry. I think this is an ambitious objective, and I congratulate the country for it. This is really good. Now, how do we go about it? I know that was the last question for the other panel. I just wanted to touch on this as well as an outsider. Now, I believe the stakeholders, the State Bank of Pakistan, and even the capital market regulators, they are adopting a kind of a phased approach. This is something very important. You cannot change things overnight. For me, I wouldn't even start with the debt capital market. I will make a policy now, okay, if the government wants financing, every financing has to be Sharia compliant going forward. At least those are the low-hanging fruits. Then you talk about the monetary policy, the fiscal policies, they have to be fully Sharia compliant because these are things coming from the regulators. Now from there, we move on to the next aspect, the legal and regulatory reforms. As some of the scholars mentioned earlier, you need to reform the laws. Yes, we talk about resolving disputes. It's a challenge. Even in Malaysia, everybody talks about Malaysia. It took some time before they got to where they are now, where a judge will sit hearing or determining a case involving Sukuk and will just pause and refer it to Sharia scholars at the central bank. It took some time to get to that level. But again, we have to start looking into these aspects now. Malaysia is an English common law based system. Pakistan also has English common law, history. So it's very easy to learn from other jurisdictions. So these are things we need to change gradually. Now, just quickly on resolving disputes, particularly if you have an international Sukuk and there are disputes, how do you resolve it? This is something we do in my organization at the moment, because if you go to the court, for instance, the English court, you cannot use Islamic law as a governing law. It's difficult. We've had the Eximco case and a number of cases. It never worked. Those were Murabaha cases that appeared in the English court. The English court said, no, Islamic law cannot be the governing law, even though the party stipulated it. That was really awful. But after Rome II Convention was introduced, for arbitration, you can stipulate and you can utilize Islamic law. And one thing we are doing again, I just want us to consider this as the overall legal and regulatory reforms we'll be making to full conversion to Islamic finance. We have to ensure that end-to-end Sharia compliance from the pre-contract level up to post-contract issues. Pre-contract means how you negotiate the deal, how you draft the legal documentation, then the agreement itself. Here we're talking about Sukuk. Ultimately, when there's a dispute, how do you resolve it? So these are things we have to bear in mind. Now, I know I don't have much time. I just wanted to touch on a few issues. We've heard a lot on R&D from Prof. Kabir Hassan. That was brilliant. The need for, the town, what we call the town and the gown, to kind of collaborate, to work together is very important. I have academic background as well. So it's really good to kind of hear that. And ultimately, there are other few issues I would like to touch on before I conclude. The DCM teams, the structuring teams of our Islamic banks, as I said earlier, should be ready for the transition. They shouldn't wait for the regulators. They should be the one to help the regulators to get to the transition. Now, we've talked about different structures of Sukuk. The scholars have excellently explained this, that we have different structures we have not seen people using. I talked about Mugarasa. Sukuk Mugarasa actually is the agriculture, which you can use for forestation. You know, you can plant trees all over. These are not being seen, in the industry. So I think we should encourage more innovation going forward. And of course, there was a discussion on whether we need a dedicated law or legislation on Sukuk in Pakistan. As an outsider, I will advise that, yes, you need a full-fledged law. Now, what do you have in other jurisdictions? That's the question you're going to ask me. Malaysia, Oman, Bahrain, they have legislations, but they are mostly merged. Some are in form of regulations, basically, guidelines. But I will suggest to the stakeholders here to think of coming up with a standard law. You can actually be the leader there. Even though Pakistan is a little bit late, but you can come behind to become the leader of the industry globally. So you can do it. Having a dedicated law, full legislation that goes to the parliament actually will help a lot, particularly when you talk about the sustainability component, because Sukuk is one thing. When you bring the sustainability dimension into it, there are a lot of obligations, reporting obligations. How do you measure the achievements? How do you measure the impact itself? So there are a lot of issues, and some of these have to be regulated in the law. And finally, I would like to briefly touch on the AOFI Sharia Standard number 62, which is always the big elephant in the room. I sit on AOFI board as well. So don't expect me to say anything against the standard. But one thing I would like to say is that the scholars have spoken today in terms of why we need to be innovative. As a lawyer, I'll tell you, beneficial ownership of an asset is the real ownership under the common law. Is the real ownership. That may be different under the Sharia a little bit. So this is where you have a kind of a clash between two legal systems. And this is where I feel there's a need for more consultation between the lawyers and the Sharia scholars on how some of these things work. I've written a lot about this over 10, 15 years ago on the dynamics between legal and beneficial ownership in Sharia Sukuk structures. So that's why I just wanted to say this briefly. It's important. But what AOFI is doing, I think, is the right thing. On a general note, we have to say that we see a lot of things happening. And I think the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Board of State Bank of Pakistan, the Sheikh, mentioned it earlier. We see a lot. You know, you see some structures, some Sukuk structures. You wonder, how were these approved? And that led me many years ago to write on fatwa shopping with Prof. Kabir Hassan on fatwa shopping, because we question how some of these structures were approved. So we found that people shop for fatwa. You go to scholar A, you don't get a fatwa, then you go to scholar B. I tell you, I'm going to pay you $100,000 to give me, because you're popular, you just sign. We've seen that. So that's why I think AOFI is coming with this kind of strict kind of analysis. There are some kind of, you talk about asset light structures. Yes, they are asset light. There are some that do not even have anything here beyond asset-light structures. So we've seen different practices in the industry globally, and that's why some of us actually try to juxtapose between the different views when it comes to criticisms against the AOFI standards. I know bankers do not like this, but they should see the reason why AOFI needs to come this big. Issues some of the bankers have raised in terms of transfer of assets from, from balance sheet, to the Sukuk holders, all this can be resolved. We all know Sukuk structures have what they call the delegate. Delegate represents the Sukuk holders. So this can be structured and in an acceptable way to the Sharia scholars. I don't think it's a problem. So these are some of the views I would like to express. I do have more to say, but I can see that we're tired and I'm the last speaker today. But I'm happy to take a lot of questions. I love Q&A, and I look forward to your Q&A. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Before we conclude the session, I would like to add a couple of points. And these 2 points are based on some empirical data. when you talk about America, a lot of people will say it's a land of opportunities. But when you talk about Pakistan, it's a land of missed opportunities. And why? But I'm gonna start this thesis with the Shakespeare Romeo and Juliet, where the Juliet says, "A rose by any other name would smell as sweet." So, so name label, no matter what, it doesn't affect the essence of something. So, if you look at the Wabda Sukuk in 2004, that was a green Sukuk. It was, in fact, more than green Sukuk because it focused on land for agriculture and it focused on hydel energy. What does it mean? Fulfill the sustainable city and community, SDG 11, climate action, SDG 13, affordable and clean energy, SDG 7, industry, innovation, infrastructure, SDG 9, and good health and well-being, SDG 3. So all the way coming down to a recent Dasu Sukuk issued in 2024. So I dig in, and there is a World Bank report on it in 2013-14. And it has done a lot of assessment, and that assessment can be used as one of the assessment criteria for calling something Sukuk, a green Sukuk or not. What is that criteria? Because I wanted to do it. It was introduced by the International Capital Market Association in 2014. Use of proceeds, that's the framework. Process for project evaluation and selection, management of proceeds, reporting, and then external reviews, second party opinion, annual reviews. When you think of these things, it makes green Sukuk, sustainable Sukuk expensive. They are marginally more expensive because these steps require investments. So these costs are associated with the development of these framework and then external reviews, third-party reviews. So what we're going to do, I think, and this should be what we need to propose to the government. They need to provide financial incentives to cover some or most of these expenditures. And this is where a lot of countries are doing. The government is providing incentives. They are rebating and compelling these institutions that are issuing Sukuk to do it. Last and end, when we talk about Sukuk, this program started with the green Sukuk, but remember, green Sukuk is not all about climate. It's more than climate. For example, it's a real estate. And why I'm saying it? Because when you look at Pakistan, two issues that we can highlight it, and I think we need to focus on. Food security, because one of the issues that we're going to be hit really hard, and in fact, we are being hit very hard, is food security. So we need to raise these Sukuks and make sure that we spend enough on the food security. Second one, affordable housing. Go through the newspaper. Every day you talk, every government, every provisional government is talking about affordable housing. So Sukuk should be utilized for these social causes as well, that will eventually end in this sustainability linked Sukuk. And eventually we have a respect for the ocean. So remember, one of the SDG is anything below the water, anything in the water. So all these steps will eventually take us to the blue Sukuk, and this is something we need to plan it. So liquidity Sukuk, which have been issued for a long time in Pakistan. In addition to this debt transformation, we need to work on the social and sustainable Sukuks. And that's one of the, in fact, that is the prime objective of Islam and Islamic economic system. Thank you very much. And in the end, I would like to thank all the panels. And we can have any questions, answers after the end of this session, inshallah. So thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful session. May I please invite Ms. Alia Jafar on stage to give out the certificates to our speakers. Thank you very much. Professor Shafiullah Jan. Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmed Ejaz. Dr. Muhammad Imran Ashraf Usmani. Mr. Tariq Naseem. Dr. Omar Hosseini. Thank you. May I please request you all to step forward for a group photograph? Yes, and now it's closing. So I'll just call you right Thank you very much. As we approach the end of this enriching day, it is my honor to invite Ms. Alia Jafar, Director of International Relations at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, for her closing remarks. Alia.
Thank you so much, Shaista. So that was truly an incredible day. And to follow after such esteemed speakers, I don't know, so please bear with me. I hope that, I will, live up to the expectations of the forum. First, I would like to begin with a big congratulations to the AlBaraka Forum and the AlBaraka Bank in their efforts to bring attention back to the pillars that were institutional and foundational in the golden era of Islam, when we were the knowledge center and innovators of the world. Listening to the talks today makes me believe that if we can consolidate and make an effort, we can achieve greatness again. Today was the second edition for Pakistan, and already there is tremendous amount of growth in terms of participation since. Today, so please, if we could get a big round of applause for all the people who've put in the great effort for us as a country. I see everyone is asleep or awake, or no, I'm not hearing the sound. A lot of hard work went into this, so we must, congratulate and make them feel their efforts are appreciated. Now I speak with the hat of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, which is the single largest representative of the private sector of OIC. We have been hosted by Pakistan since 1979 and are headquartered in Karachi, Pakistan, with regional offices in Cairo, Jeddah, and Istanbul. Our aim is to develop businesses in our member countries and Muslims around the world in a sustainable and equitable manner. We all know that entrepreneurs are the drivers of economic growth for our countries and also for the development. And this, at a very basic level, is through job creation. But at its finest, it has the potential to be the driver of better life for all. And Islamic financial tools and Islamic economy provides us with an effective way to do that. Through bringing and supporting these platforms, we aim to support the development and growth of instruments that can be easily available to the private sector to structure their businesses and be able to play a bigger role in developing our economies. Today's session discussed one of the most urgent needs for our times as expressed by many speakers, which is climate change. And this financing through ways this needs financing through ways that are not going to burden us with further debt. And it was interesting actually for me to learn that most of the climate finance that has been received by Pakistan has mostly been in shape of loans. So I know everyone is tired, but I will quickly do a few takeaways that stood with me from the discussion that took place today. The theme highlighted Sukuk for sustainable development. And the points that have resonated, number one, value creation. Value creation must incorporate value not just for the shareholders, but for the community and the environment. More so because not it sounds nice or it makes us feel good, but because it's an existential threat. So we have to do it. We need to finance our own projects instead of focusing and depending and relying on others. We have the capacity. We talked about Pakistan's capacity where our people have built these amazing institutions all around the world. So we have the capacity to be able to become one of the leadest Islamic economies in the world. So we need to be creative and we need to think out of the box. Different opportunities that are available in Pakistan that were touched upon today briefly: carbon credits, Sukuk for forestation, for infrastructure. We heard about the airtime Sukuk that was structured and also got the award recognized for one of the most innovative. So we need more of those. And we also have examples from other countries such as Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and UAE to build and to replicate on. And financial markets today, as we see it, are only servicing the richest. And this is no longer feasible. So we need to include the rest of the population for long-term well-being. To conclude, I want to emphasize this. The words that were heard throughout the day were that of collaboration. We need to work together on research and development, building academia-industry linkages, and so on. Quantum of financing required today in the world for SDGs and climate change is tremendous and cannot be met by the banking sector alone. And therefore, Sukuk and other Islamic finance instruments become very important. We have to, from the Islamic Chamber's perspective, businesses have to make money, there has to be profits, but we also have to be good corporate citizens and have a long-term view of sustainability of our businesses. We need to finance our own projects without increasing our debt burdens. And the transition, and this for me I think was the most important thing that I take away today, the transition towards the 100% when we talk about Pakistan, towards Islamic economy may not or may be achieved by 2028 to 100%. But if it's not, I think it's something that we should be empathetic with as long as our intentions are there, our intentions to move towards a more equitable, justice, and fair economy are there. We should celebrate our successes and continue our efforts and not lose hope. With that, I thank you for your presence and active contribution to the success of today's conference. May Allah bless us with fruitful outcomes and support our efforts towards self-reliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to call to the stage Madam Ghara Mustafa. And I would like as well to call our great MC today, Shaista Aisha. This is you.
This is me.
Ghada. Ghada. And of course, our closing remarker, Saleh Jafar. And please gather for a group photo. Thank you everyone for coming today. This is the end of our event. Looking forward, inshallah, to welcome you in another event in Karachi, inshallah, next year by AlBaraka Forum and our international and local partners. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Ibrahim. That was a pleasure.